So the first one is the end job. I just go hang out outside.
You can if I feel like it. Let's okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's my representative talked about.
Hey,
Derek.
how are you? How are you?
Yes, I'm trying to. Good morning. Good morning. Here, we're waiting for one more. Waiting some from that Martian or more. I can understand me.
That's what Solomon on the PRDs do.
Yeah, I told him that. I don't think the way. I don't have to work. Yeah.
PRDs do in 2 weeks.
Yes, must be our. Shut up. I didn't saying, but that's like you do it in this.
I think this year they rotate to make sure everybody.
That's what I did.
Welcome to this meeting of the Charlotte Unified Development Board of Adjustment on July 25th, 2023. My name is Deborah Dryden, and I am acting chair of the board. Also sitting on today's board is Hamilton Court. Martha Williamson will be with us shortly, Amy Soon, and Kevin Shea. Also present are Lisa McCarter, our planning project manager, Solomon Fortune, the zoning administrator, Therese Hager Gray, our senior assistant city attorney, advisor to staff, Jill Sanchez Myers, senior assistant city attorney, advisor to the board, Terry Edwards, clerk to the court, and Candy Thomas, Veritex court reporter. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decisions. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The board's discretion is limited. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. Quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the standards in the ordinance and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preferences or opinion. Parties with standing have rights to participate fully. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, the city, and individuals who can show they will suffer specific damages. Other individuals may provide testimony as witnesses when recognized by the board. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. Any individual wishing to speak as a witness today was required to sign up. If you haven't done so, please do so now. Like Secretary Clerk reports. General witness testimony is limited to facts, not opinions. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values and projections about impacts of increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinion must be qualified as experts and provide factual evidence upon which they base their expert opinion. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. The parties to each case are entitled to an impartial decision maker. A board member may not participate in a hearing if she or he has a fixed opinion about the matter, a financial interest in the outcome of the matter, or a close familial business or associational relationship with an affected person. The parties to each case also have a right to any ex parte communication to be disclosed. Ex parte communication is any communication about the case outside of the hearing. That may include site visits as well as conversations with parties or the general public. At the start of each case, any potential conflict of interest or ex parte communication should be disclosed by a board member, if applicable. These matters may also be raised by any affected party. Today's meeting will follow the order printed on the agenda. The board will hear one type of case, applications for a variance from the regulations in the zoning ordinance or UDO. The order of the recommendation agenda will be as follows. The zoning administrator or zoning staff member will identify the case and recommend approval of the variance with any recommended conditions based on specific reasons. The chairperson will ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition. If there is such a person, then the case will be moved to the regular agenda and will be heard at a later time. After staff's presentation, the chairperson will ask if the board has questions for staff or if there's any reason the board wishes to move the case to the regular agenda. If a board member has concerns about the variance, the member should request to move the case to the regular agenda so that the applicant may have an opportunity to present his full case and answer any board questions. The chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve the variance. The chairperson will hold the roll call vote. All parties who plan to give testimony must be sworn in. A zoning staff member will present a summary of the variance request or the decision being appealed. The board may question the staff member and then the applicant may question the staff member. The applicant presents their testimony in the case. The board may question the applicant and zoning staff may question the applicant. The applicant may present other sworn witnesses. They will also be subject to questioning by the board and staff. Other parties wishing to speak for or against an application will be given reasonable time to present sworn testimony. The staff and then the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal. After hearing each case, the board will review each case and render a decision. This is usually done in closed deliberations after hearing each case. The chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve or deny the variance. In case of an appeal, the chairperson calls for a motion and a second to uphold, to modify, or reverse the administrator's decision. The decision will be made by a simple majority vote of the board. However, the board may elect to take up to 30 days to render a decision. You may remain present during the deliberations, or you may call the zoning staff after the session to receive the decision of the board. All exhibits must remain with the board. If your case is not appealed to Superior Court within 30 days, you may pick up or they will be destroyed. Appeal from the board is to the Mecklenburg County Superior Court. You have 30 days from the date of the board's written decision in which to appeal, in accordance with North Carolina GS 160D-405D. In order to receive a written copy of the decision, any aggrieved party must file a written request for a copy of the board's decision by filling out the form, which must be filed with the board's clerk or chairperson at the time of the hearing of the case. We said we were still waiting for.
So, Madam Chair, we have two cases that Attorney David Murray is going to present for a continuance while we're waiting on Mr. Marshall to show up, but he is en route, so.
Okay. All right, so now open the evidentiary hearing, and we will hear case number.
The first case, Mr. Murray is going to request a continuance on is 2022-077.
Mr. Murray.
Hallmark variance we request. On the Hallmark variance application, we request a 30-day continuance to the August calendar.
Okay, do I hear a motion from the board to continue this case until August?
Move to continue until August.
Anybody? A second, Mr. Shea. All right, we have a request to continue this until August from Mr. Court and Mr. Shea. Now we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Soon?
So yes.
Driving, yes. Mr. Court?
Yes.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
And that's continued until August. Okay, the next case,
Madam Chair, the next case for continuance is 2022-051.
On the Woody Point appeal, we request a continuance to October. Confer staff on that October calendar.
okay. All right, do I hear a motion to continue case 2022-051 until October?
Or move to continue case until October.
Do I hear a second? Second, Shea, so I have Mr. Court and Mr. Shea. All right, roll call vote. Ms. Sun?
So yes.
Mr. Court?
Or yes.
Shea, Mr. Shea?
Yes.
And Drive, yes, so that case is continued until October. Okay, we'll pause the meeting for approximately 5 minutes for Mr. Williamson to get here. He's on his way.
So that was good.
That's. Wow.
She calls. Sometimes they're also communication. Yes.
This is.
If they feel like it was all of the school.
Okay.
Say, from as fast as I can. I got a cell, you can call it. Got 74, 258, 2254.
Um.
Said he's on his way.
Absolutely, much to talk about, yeah, absolutely.
Is Stephen Josie? Stephen Josie?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our fifth board member is on his way. He'll be here in about 10 more minutes. Unfortunately, he was on the very last minute to come this morning. To help move the time along, we thought we would move to the recommended agenda for case number 2023-034. David Johnson for apartment located at 16 Glen Street Road. We only have 4 board members, but if you are, would like to go on with zoning, you can do that option. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Fine, okay. All right. So we now open the evidentiary hearing for case number 2023-034. At this time, I will administer an oath to all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony. So if you are testifying today, if you would answer this question, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Lisa McCarter will introduce this case. And proceed, Lisa.
Okay, If Terry has passed out the phone, I'll give you a minute to look over them. This street front and watershed buffer variance. The applicant is requesting two zoning ordinance variances for the construction of a new single-family residence. Variance from the requirement that every lot must have a street, and a 69.8-foot variance from the required 100-foot watershed. Just let me know when you've had a moment.
Anyone else here for 2023-034?
Phyllis, you may continue.
Exhibit 1 is the vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map. The zoning is R5 single family, and the property is located in the Mount Island Lake Watershed Overlay Critical Area 1. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. And Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map. And you can see the hazy overlay over top of the property is the Mountain Island Lake Critical Area buffer. Exhibit number 5 is background. The ordinance requires lots to abut a street, and there's an exception for lots that are 2 acres in size and have an exclusive 15-foot wide easement serving the property. The subject lot is approximately 0.296 acres and shares an easement with 6 other properties, so it doesn't meet that requirement. Exhibit number 6 is background. A lot has been in existence and its current configuration since at least 1965 for a deed description describing the dimensions of the property. And so the deed down here highlighted in yellow describes the exact dimensions of the property. Since the property has existed since 1965, it predates the requirements that every lot abut a street and is non-conforming. Exhibit number 7 is the variance request. The applicant would like to redevelop the property that currently contains a 1968 home. There is a 100-foot watershed buffer that covers most of the property. The applicant is requesting 2 variances to allow the demolition and rebuilding of a home on the property. A variance from the requirement that every lot must abut a street, and a 69.8-foot variance from the required 100-foot watershed. So you can see, here's the existing home out. And then around that is the proposed home out. Exhibit 8 is the standards for granting a variance, and all must be met. Unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance. A hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. A hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owners. And the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning. Exhibit 9 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance with the condition that a mitigation plan be approved by Charlotte-Mecklenburg Stormwater Services, and the applicant has agreed to this condition. The hardship is not caused by the applicant who purchased the property in 2022. The hardship is caused by conditions peculiar to the property because the 100-foot buffer covers most of it. Exhibit 10 is considerations. Strict application of the ordinance would not allow the property to be redeveloped. The lot has existed since before watershed regulations. The request upholds neighborhood character and will not adversely affect nearby properties because the 6 other neighboring properties share an easement. The easement agreement ensures the maintenance of the shared easement. The applicant has provided a conceptual elevation set, and they are all residential in character. The existing home is not compliant with the current floodplain ordinance requirements, but the new home must be built in compliance, and that will bring the home further into compliance. The stairs on the deck of the existing home encroach into the 30-foot state riparian buffer, So in addition to our local regulations, there's also a state local. You can see the existing home is encroaching, but the proposed home will not, and that will also bring in property limits. And Exhibit 11 is a photo. And that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Lisa, that's this picture, that's the existing house.
Yes.
It's existing driveway.
Yes.
Is that correct? It's at 9 foot wide,
Excuse me, go ahead.
9 foot wide. Sorry. Is that 9 foot wide, what they're asking for?
No, they're asking for a variance from the, every lot must abut a street requirement. And so a street as defined in the ordinance is a public right of way of at least 30 feet wide. It can also be a private right of way, but they're accessing their property off a shared easement, so it doesn't meet that requirement.
Understood. My question is, access to the property that's given by this, declaration is for 9 feet?
I'm not aware of
I see
that.
this one is 9 feet, so I'm by imagining that.
He's asking for the plot for the house to be increased, but not the road necessarily.
Thank you.
Any other questions? For staff?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to remind the board, once again, that the board member is about approval of this case on the recommendation agenda that then we move to the regular agenda so that the applicant might have an opportunity to fully present this case and answer your questions.
Mr. Shea, do you have concerns that would move it to the recommended to the
I do not, my issue was, I thought I read it here last night, someplace about 9 feet. It was slow today, sorry. I thought I read someplace there was a 9 foot access, was sorry, that they would do demolition work and sort of that and watching access. I don't have any concern beyond.
All right, do I hear a motion to approve this variance?
Or it variance.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Do I hear a second?
Okay, second.
All right, Mr. Ford has first and Mr. Shea. All right, we'll move to a roll call vote. Ms. Sun,
Sun, yes.
Mr. Court,
Court, yes.
Mr. Shea,
Yes.
Dryden, yes. The variance is approved. All right, now looking at the finding facts. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Court, move to approve finding facts.
Mr. Ford, do I hear a second?
Okay, second.
All right, have a recommendation to approve the finding of facts as written. Ms. Sun,
Sun, yes.
Mr. Court,
Court, yes.
Jay,
Say yes.
Dryden, yes. It's all approved. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Mr. Marshall. Okay. All right, so
Madam Chair, we're going to go ahead and get everyone here for 2023 043 to swear in at the same time. That way we don't have to do anything.
So everyone present for case 2023-043, if you would stand, please, so that I can swear you in. Thank you. And if you will just answer in the affirmative. At this, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. This is for case number 2023-043, located at 1109 Greenwood Cliff in Charlotte. All right. Lisa, you may begin.
Okay, this is located at Pleasant Grove and Kelly Road. And, there's several tax parcels, as we, will kind of go through what that looks like in a minute. But this is the LCID landfill access variance. The applicant is requesting a zoning ordinance variance to allow vehicle access on a residential collector street for a land clearing and an urban debris land. And I'll give you a minute to review your proposal.
Whatever, ready? Okay, let's see.
Exhibit number 1. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map. The zoning is R3 single family. You can see the outline of the property in the dashed line. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map. Exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. And exhibit 5 is background. The property is currently under land development plan review for an LCID landfill. The zoning ordinance permits these landfills in R3 with prescribed conditions. The use is defined as a facility for the land disposal of inert debris, land clearing debris, yard trash, and untreated and untreated fluid, and that it is a facility designed to meet minimum standards of the state of North Carolina by utilizing acceptable landfill engineering technology. And then inert debris is defined as solid waste, solid material that is truly inert or virtually inert, that is likely to retain its physical and chemical structure under expected conditions of disposal, and that will not pose a threat to groundwater standards. Inert debris includes materials such as concrete, brick, concrete block, uncontaminated soil, rock, and gravel. Exhibit 6 is background. The prescribed conditions for landfills is in section 12.503, and an issue is number 4, which requires access from a class 2, 3, or 4 street, but does not allow access on a class 5 or higher street classification. And if you look over to your right, there's the street classifications listed out. So class 2 is a limited access arterial. Class 3 is a major arterial. Class 3C is a commercial arterial. Class 4 is a minor arterial. Class 5 is a collector, and Class 6 is a local. Exhibit 7 is background. While the land development plan that was submitted meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance, the project also has to get an NCDOT approved driveway permit for vehicular access. The property has frontage on Pleasant Grove Road, a Class 4 minor arterial, and Kelly Road, Class 5 collector street. Both roads are maintained by NCDOT. The applicant proposed to locate the access on Pleasant Grove Road, which you can see to the south of the site. Exhibit 8 is background. The applicant provided an email from NCDOT stating that access would only be allowed from Kelly Road and Mount Pleasant Grove Road because of the short separation between Kelly Road and Linhay Drive on Pleasant Grove Road, and the addition of an access between the two streets would introduce additional conflict points. Exhibit 9 is the variance request. Due to the position of NCDOT, the applicants are requesting a variance from 12.5034 to allow access on Class 5 Collector Street. Exhibit number 10 is the variance criteria, and all must be met. That unnecessary hardship would result from strict application of the ordinance. That the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, and topography. That the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or property owner, and that the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance. Exhibit number 11 is considerations. Staff does not have enough information on the first criteria, and it will need to be addressed by the applicant. The combined parcels on which the proposed use is located create a project area that is irregular in shape and has approximately 250 feet of property adjacent to Pleasant Grove Road and approximately 2,723 feet of property adjacent to Kelly Road. The applicants intended to provide access by Pleasant Grove Road in compliance with code regulations. However, NCDOT has indicated they will only allow access from Kelly Road. Exhibit 12 is considerations. Kelly Road access accommodates the minimum 750-foot spacing from the Pleasant Grove Road intersection as recommended by NCDOT. NCDOT will require the applicant to install a right turn lane for the Kelly Road access. The applicant states the proposed entrance is near the farm entrance previously used for the farm. Exhibit number 13 is a photo at the intersection. And that's the end of our presentation. If the board has any questions.
Questions for staff?
We may have the wrong packet in front of us, I think. We got 21, so 21 of 43 instead of 3 of 43. That's okay. So, we just gave fine back.
I see the wrong there.
Well, no. Happens, you know. So,
Just want to make sure we're clear, the issue with staff is already that it's not a Pleasant Street. And they want to count it after Pleasant Street, like, right?
It is a collector street, and so let me pull back up the regulation. All the prescribed conditions for an LCID landfill off-site. And so all of these conditions have to be met in this area. But number 4 is that vehicular access to the facility must be paved and must be provided from any class 2, 3, or 4 street. So it could be, or they say residential over residential collector, but also, you know, this is not allowed in a class 5 street collector. So any collector would.
So Lisa, what access are they using now?
So the use is changing. Historically, I think this was a farm, and this was the entrance of on Kelly Road. So the applicant, when they submitted their land development plan, the access had to be on Pleasant Road according to the zoning ordinance. So they provided this proposed access on Pleasant Road. And then NCDOT provided an email saying that they'll only allow access on Kelly Road. And then they had more safety criteria that they spelled out. They needed to comply with.
Kelly Road. Has Kelly Road always been a class 5, 4?
Solomon's
Has been since 2000, we adopted a plan.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, at this time. Yes. Sorry. Okay, at this time, we will hear from, those in. Opposition. You only wait for chair, oh, okay. Mr. Murray? I would ask, please, as you, state your name, that you spell it for the court reporter, please, as you begin to speak. And the four gentlemen sitting along in front of you have, agreed to sworn testimony, correct? Yes. As you begin to speak, please spell your name.
Members of the board, I have a presentation, PowerPoint that I gave to Mr. Edwards.
We will be right back. Convenience, sir.
Madam Chair, just wanted to verify with Mr. Murray whether the applicant had any questions for staff.
No questions, no questions on staff.
Okay. All right, just give us a second, or,
Good.
yes, you can get your name exactly for the court reporter.
David Murray, attorney, Murray Law Firm here in Charlotte, attorney for the.
My name is Steve Sanders. I'm the property owner there.
Mr. Sanders, would you?
Steve, STEVESANDERS.
Thank you.
My name is Todd Gingrich, design engineer for the project for Civil Environmental Consultants.
And would you spell your last name, please?
Sure, GINGERICH.
Thank you.
And I'm Andrew Eagle with Raymond Camp Associates, professional engineer in traffic engineering. Last name is Eagle, just like a bird.
Thanks very much, yeah.
Okay, one staring is here at all.
Okay, thank you very much.
But you know which one it is. He's gone. You remember what you called? Oh, I had it by the case number. Oh, Sanders Partnership. That's the media. No, don't.
Probably, same, similar issues, land level. Right.
Okay, Mr. Murray, I think we're ready. You may proceed.
Once my PowerPoint pops up, I'll.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, for further clarification, these are applications you guys received last week. Okay. David, I may just have to control it on my end.
Okay, that's fine. Again, my name is David Murray. I'm attorney for the applicant, and I will be presenting the majority of our case. Here with me is Steve Sanders, and he is the family's representative with me today, as well as two engineers that we have assisting us, Todd Gingrich and Andrew Eagle. We can go to the full. This first exhibit here is just showing a shaded area of the parcels that are included in this variance request. We can go to the next one. And so the variance request here is specific to access. And you'll hear Mr. Gingrich confirm that this project meets all of the requirements in the zoning ordinance, including the frontage along Pleasant Grove Road. However, because as I'll have the DOT's engineer confirm here shortly, the entrance off of Pleasant Grove Road has too many conflict points. And so the access needs to be off of Kelly Road. The two applicants here are Sanders Partnership and Do Green LCID, and they are the family's LLCs. And so this will be a family owned and operated LCID. There's not an outside developer that's involved in this. And it's three siblings, Steve, who I've introduced, Sherry and Patricia is sitting in the audience with us today. Next slide, please. The property includes 6 parcels at the time of application and plan review. It was zoned R3. It's outside of the city limits. It's in the ETJ, the extraterritorial jurisdiction. It is a total of 62.5 acres. And it's located generally in the intersection of Pleasant Grove Road and Kelly Road. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the history of the property, as you'll see here, that there is a single family house near the intersection that's being preserved. And I believe city council will be voting on it in August, if I remember correctly, designated as a historic landmark. Majority of the property has been open, forested acreage by the Sanders family. And right now, Reed family members live in houses that are on these properties. And as I'll show you in the following aerials, there have been several LCIVs along Kelly Road past. And in fact, as you'll see, one that was operating up until 2022. Next slide. This is the email from June about the historic landmark designation. It was from City Council in August. Next slide. This is a picture of the house that will remain at the corner of Pleasant Road and Kelly Road. Next slide, please. That's exhibit 4. As I said before, there's been other LCID uses that have existed along Kelly Road, including a portion of this site. And across the street in the northern end is animal farm location, as well as a LCID. Kelly Road has been largely undeveloped. It appears from some of the Polaris property ownership records. There are some developers potentially trying to buy up property in that area. As far in the area that we're focused here, as you can see in the areas, is pretty lightly developed. Next slide. Here's an aerial from 1992 showing the LCID that actually existed on the Sanders property. This is one of the Sanders parcels, as you'll see. It's pretty close to where the entrance, you can see the farm entrance there. And this is exhibit 5, just for reference. But this area in the past has been used for an LCID, where the arrow is pointing, as well as the Kelly Road LCID landfill, which is located to the north. And you'll see even into today, if you throw it out there, you can see the Kelly Road landfill. Next slide. This is an aerial from 2001, exhibit number 6, showing the Kelly Road LCID in operation, and the LCID that was on this property has the yellow star. Slide. In 2004, this is exhibit 7. In 2004, the LCID on the Sanders property ceased operating, and it was covered and trees had been planted. Kelly Road LCID to the north has continued to operate. Next slide. And this is the aerial from 2022, showing the Kelly Road LCID in operation. Access down here on Kelly Road. This is the animal, I think it's Animal Farm or Petting Zoo. They have some exotic animals out here and farm vehicles that they use. There's container, big shipping containers lined up in front of it, so you can't really see what's going on back. This is exhibit number 8. Next slide, please. This is an aerial from 2023 showing the former exhibit number 9 showing the former location of the LCID that was on the Sanders property. It's now a forested area, with trees growing. Next slide. Exhibit 10 is an aerial showing the intersection of Kelly Road, Pleasant Grove Road. To the south is a somewhat recent subdivision that's been constructed. The historical house that we referenced is located very close to the Kelly Road notation here on this site. And the property line runs nearly to the new subdivision intersection to the south, and then runs up along the, to the, I guess that's the east of the historic structure. And then the remainder of the Sanders property is up Kelly Road, which would be beyond this area. And this was exhibit 10. Next slide, please. This is just zoomed out, that shows the Lynn Road intersection from the subdivision to the south. And it shows the other residential entrances that are along Pleasant Grove Road, and then going north up Kelly towards Sanders properties. And it comes in to the east of the Sanders property. And so, as you'll hear from NCDOT, all these entrances create what they call conflict points for any new entrances on Pleasant Grove Road. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of information about Pleasant Grove Road and Kelly Road. And some of you know, might have been out to these roads before, so you already know. Pleasant Grove Road is primarily a two-lane road. There is a crossover lane prior to the Sutton Farm subdivision, which is subdivision to the south, which was constructed in about 2018 to 2019. Kelly Road is a two-lane road, but it does have signs regarding trucks entering highway already located on the property, because there has been a history of LCIDs on that property. Next slide, please. And here's images of the signs that you would see if you this sign would be if you're heading south on Kelly Road as you approach Kelly Road LCID, and this sign would be as you were traveling north Kelly Road LCID would be off to your left on exhibit 12, the first picture, and these signs state truck entering. Next slide, please. This is an aerial, exhibit 13, showing the general location of those trucks entering highway signs along Kelly Road. Next slide, please. The next couple exhibits show the Kelly Road LCID, and it is not in operation now. So as of 2022, they have reached maximum of what they can take on the site, and so it is now overgrowing. So this is exhibit 14. Slide, please. Exhibit 15 just shows some, the first picture on the left is vehicles used for the animal farm, and pictures of Kelly Road LCID. Slide, please. These are more, exhibit 16 is showing other vehicles that are on the Collins property. Next slide, please. And so Lisa already went into this a little bit, just for background. This use is allowed in an R3 district, so that's not the question here today. It's only about access. Lisa already read the definition of CID, so I'm not going to read it again. Next slide, please. What is allowed in LCID, inert debris, as Lisa read that definition, land clearing debris, which is stumps, trees, limbs, brush, grass, other naturally occurring vegetative material, yard trash, which is like your pickup that they were doing this morning at my house, of brush, grass, and tree limbs. Next one. What it is not a sanitary landfill. It's not a municipal solid waste land. And it is not a construction and demolition land. Neither of those two are allowed in R3, and that is not the use that is being made here on this property. Next slide. So how did we get here asking for a variance? As Mr. Gingrich and Mr. Sanders can confirm, at the first pre-submittal meeting in 2019 for this project, there was no mention made by city staff any issue with Kelly Road entrance. Thereafter, an interpretation was made by Shad Spencer, the former zoning administrator, regarding Kelly Road, that it was a residential vector under the zoning ordinance. And the property frontage along Pleasant Grove Road satisfies the zoning ordinance, because Pleasant Grove Road is the proper street type for this use. However, during the development review, NCDOT had to be consulted because these are NCDOT maintained roads that are in the ETJ. And the NCDOT determined that access needed to be off. As stated, the proposed development meets all the conditions except for the access because of conflict points with the road and NCDOT requiring access. This is the subsection 4 that Lisa already read. Board, I believe you're familiar with it now, so I'll not read it again, but this is the section that we're seeking variance from regarding the street type. Next slide. What's interesting about the zoning ordinance is it actually doesn't define residential collector street. And it only defines a street collector, class 5. And so Kelly Road was actually interpreted as a residential collector street, not defined as such in the zoning. Next slide. This is the email from the NCDOT, and it's from the district engineer, Felix Obregon, and Mr. Obregon is actually here today. If I could, Mr. Obregon, if I could have you just come up and confirm this email, please.
Turn that microphone on.
Please state your name and spell it for the recorder, please.
Felix Oberon, FDLIX, OBRBGON. That is my email.
And this is exhibit number 17. Terry, if you could go to the next exhibit, please.
Mr. Everett, may I affirm that you swore yourself in earlier?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Obregon, exhibit number 18 is zoomed in. It's accurate. That's the portion of the email dealing with access information made by NCDOT.
Yes, that's correct. That's fine.
And you are the district engineer that would have authority over the determination of access for this property by DOT.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm the district engineer for Mecklenburg County.
And, is everything shown on this email still the DOT's position that, Kelly Road is the access point? That the DOT would come in?
That's correct.
And, can you tell the board, and you stated here in your email, what is the conflict point?
Yes, so we can go to the, maybe we'll show the aerial, but there's just, our events and ATVs are, assuming access to the streets and driveways. And we try to limit the amount of access to them, so we have alternative corridors to minimize conflict points. Conflict points are specifically related to pedestrians and vehicles. The proposed driveway was to create additional conflict points. That's why we think that the best access would be off Kelly Road. And that is also part of our policy where if a development site can provide access from another public facility, then we require the development to have access to the adjacent public facility.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Obregon, but if the board has any questions.
Any questions for the board? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obregon. That was exhibit number 18, was Mr. Obregon's email, zoomed in. Next slide, please. So this aerial, the site plan, sorry, I'm picking up a feedback here. Are y'all hearing this or is it just me?
It is because.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure I don't have something. This site plan here, this is exhibit number 19, just so we're clear, we are not proposing two entrances. This is showing the zoning compliant entrance that we submitted as part of our site plan for review. And that's on Pleasant Road side. And this is the proposed entrance that satisfies NCDOT's requirements for spacing and location away from property. And this entrance is on Kelly Road. So we're not, effectively, if the board grants this variance, the entrance and drive aisle goes next to the historic property that runs behind all these residential properties. This driveway goes away, and there will not be any drive access in this area. The only drive access will be off of Kelly Road, swinging up to the north and swinging back down to go and make use of the existing culvert to the rear of the property. So that we're not creating any new crossover points because there is a old creek bed running through this area. So we'd be using the existing farm crossing to get to the rear of this property. So just so I'm clear, we're not proposing two entrances. We're seeking to align essentially. So that was exhibit number 19. Next slide, please. This is just a zoomed in. Exhibit 20 is just a closer view of the two entrances. Next slide, please. Exhibit 21 shows the Kelly Road, Most Pleasant Road entrance, and then the residential conflict points that Mr. Overgone pointed out. This runs between the historic structure and residential structures, and this would be eliminated if the variance is granted. Next slide, please. This is shown, this is exhibit number 22. This is showing the Kelly Road entrance that would be used if the variance is granted. Next slide, please. Based upon the NCDOT comments, this plan that we're showing here on exhibit number 23 shows how the entrance off Kelly Road can comply with the email and the standards that NCDOT wants us to comply with. And it was prepared by engineer Todd Gingrich, and it has been confirmed and reviewed by traffic engineer Andrew Eagle. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial showing where the proposed entrances exist from the 24. On the variance, this PowerPoint might be the prior version of my PowerPoint, so there's some things that got moved around. We'll keep on, go on. I had a newly updated version of these things, but we'll keep going, and then I'll bring Todd and Andrew in. I'm just gonna bring them in now. I'll bring them as the beginning because it's part of the PowerPoint. But just to review the variance standards, that the board shall vary upon showing of the following unnecessary hardship would result in strict application of ordinance. It shall not be necessary to demonstrate that there is no reasonable use that can be made. That unnecessary hardship is on a reasonable use. Hardship results from conditions peculiar to the property. Hardship does not result in actions taken by the property owner, and the requested variance is consistent with spirit, purpose, intent of ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. Next slide, please. The unnecessary hardship here is that although the site meets the required street frontage under the zoning ordinance, a driveway is not being allowed by NCDOT. And because that driveway is not being allowed at that location, which this property has the required frontage, it would not allow the use. And the property has a unique shape because the majority of the frontage is on Kelly Road, where there's a limited amount of frontage on Kelly Road, Pleasant Grove Road, which is where the driveway would comply and meet with zoning ordinance standards. And the first difference results in the proximity of access points on Pleasant Grove Road and the intersection then at Kelly Road and other existing entrances. Next slide, please. The hardship runs with land. This is a peculiar condition given the shape of the property, given the location of the property at Kelly Road, given the interpretation of Kelly Road. You've seen evidence that other LCIDs have been on Kelly Road in the past. And I believe there was a permit for the Kelly Road LCID as recent as 2009. Is that correct, Lisa? Can you turn?
There was a commercial plan in our system in 2009, and they're right north of LCID.
And that was access to Kelly Road. And so the hardship is related to the land. It's not related to the Sanders. Anybody that owns these properties would have this exact application for this reasonable use. It's allowed in the zoning ordinance. And so that's what's led us here is really the interpretation of Kelly Road. And again, I said it's a unique shape of the property with the frontage being substantial on Kelly Road and then limited on Pleasant Road. Next slide, please. This is not a self-created hardship. The applicants have not taken any actions other than to file their plans for this use. The hardship is directly related to the NCDOT's limitation on access to Pleasant Road for this property. And the owners have not opened this for an LCID. Then there's been no operation of an LCID on this property without seeking the permits. Next slide. Secure public safety and substantial justice. Safety is a factor in the NCDOT's analysis. Access on Kelly Road is safer because there's not as many entrances across that property, and there's no intersection. There's a substantial amount of room for spacing along Kelly Road. It meets the 750-foot spacing requirement DOT has put in Mr. Overdahl's email. It moves the entrance away from the residential entrances that are on Pleasant Grove Road. It moves the road away from the rear of those residential properties. An LCID is a permitted use in R3 zoning district in North Carolina law. When there's a permitted use in a zoning district, it is in harmony with that area. And so the LCID, as a permitted use, is in compliance with the zoning ordinance. It also, as I noted before, moves the entrance away from the historic structure, so that area would not be impacted by a new driveway. Historic corner will remain untouched. Next slide. So, Todd, if I could have you stand up. Todd, can you confirm this slide? I don't have a number on it, but it's titled Todd Gingrich, PE. Can you confirm that this is your resume?
Yes, it is.
Next slide, please. And Todd, you are a licensed engineer, and if you could just tell the board your involvement in this project.
Sure. We basically represented the design process and permitting process so far with the city of Charlotte, helping them with the site design and then we'll also be helping them with permitting the state solid waste section.
And you're involved, one of the requirements here for this use is if the variance is obtained, you still have to obtain a state permit. So the state will review this use even after a variance is granted.
That's correct. After we secure local zoning approval, then it goes on to the state, it's an application package, the solid waste section, and they'll review for buffers, operating plan, closure plan, grading plan, erosion control, they'll form that with the state on this one.
And so you prepared the site plans and the traffic exhibits that have been shown as exhibits here.
Yes.
As you can see on this exhibit entitled Mr. Gingrich Review and Opinions, Mr. Gingrich, you are engineer and you also prepare site plans and traffic exhibits in the regular course of your work as an engineer.
That's correct.
Members of the board, I was attending Mr. Gingrich as an expert engineer in support of the case. During the ruling, they just didn't touch.
I don't have any objection.
Mr. Gingrich, as you can see here, in your opinion, proposed site complies with all Charlotte zoning ordinance standards for the LCID use if the entrance is at Pleasant Grove Road, correct?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, Kelly Road is the variance from site to top phase, right?
That's correct.
And what's the basis of that?
Just the location of it, the ability to put a turn lane in there, intersecting other driveways. The ability to access the site on the central location, just to get closer to the actual landfill lease itself.
And I also mentioned that it uses an existing culvert on the site, so and so we wouldn't have to disturb any existing buffers.
Correct. Yeah, there's an intermittent streams that flows through the site that are required making a buffer from Florida County, as well as solid waste to utilize the existing culvert to cross that creek, get through those sections of the landfill.
And have you you've completed a review that if this was used for residential, do you have a general idea of how many houses this site can support?
It'd be, so it's under the new zoning code, residential zoning, which would require a lot, minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. So it's 62 acres. It's 250 units, but accounting for water infrastructure, stormwater ponds and roadways on the site, it's fair to say you can get 100. It's pretty easily on the site.
All right, thank you. Does anybody on the board have any questions for Mr. Gingrich?
Any questions for the board? No questions, thanks.
Next slide, please. Mr. Eagle, if I could have you stand up. Can you confirm this slide's title, Andrew Eagle, ETO? Can you confirm this is your resume?
It is.
Can you tell the board what a PTOE is?
So, professional traffic operations engineer, it's a certification.
As part of your regular course of business, do you prepare traffic studies, traffic impact analysis, work with NCDOT often?
That's correct. We're mostly doing traffic impact analysis for developments looking at the driveways and surrounding intersections.
Members of the board, at this time, I tender Mr. Eagle as an engineer and a traffic engineer in support of our case. Three.
I don't have an objection.
Next slide, please. Mr. Eagle, this is a slide showing your review and opinions, and you've heard and you talked to Mr. Gingrich at length about this case, correct?
Right.
You worked with him. From your understanding, estimates, it's fair to say that this LCID use at the entrance would generate approximately 75 trips entering the next day and day.
That's right. And that comes from just the expected use of the site, how many trucks they're expecting.
And if 150 holes were built on the site, how many trips a day would you expect?
Nearly 1,500 trips per day.
So tenfold increase. And in your opinion, the proposed traffic and access plans prepared by Gingrich for Kelly Road comply with NCDOT comments for the Kelly Road entrance?
Yes.
And in your opinion, based upon a review of the site plans, traffic counts, comments from NCDOT, the proposed entrance at Kelly Road is safer than the proposed entrance at Pleasant Grove Road?
Yes, I would agree with it.
And is that based upon a limited amount of conflict points on Kelly Road versus Pleasant Road?
Right, and also the closely spaced intersections along Pleasant Grove Road.
And so you agree with, obviously, you agree with Mr. Obregon's analysis that there's substantially more conflict points on Pleasant Grove?
Yes, yes.
Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, did any members of the board have any questions for Mr. Eady?
Any questions for him?
How did you determine the number of trips based on, is it 3 trips per house or something like that? And are those passenger vehicles and your 150 trips per day to the site? What kind of trucks are we talking about? Are we talking about 15 tons of dirt coming in? Or are we talking about a pickup truck with a sub?
Sure, in determining the site trips, we coordinated with the project team here as far as what they're expecting, their experience with similar sites and what they're expecting for number of trips it's going to generate, how many trucks per day and staff and such. As far as the residential trips, 150 homes, generating 1,500 trips per day, that's, we use a standard manual. It's used throughout the U.S. It's the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation manual. So they go out and gather data from different land uses, and you can use that data to calculate expected trips from, the density of the site.
Mr. Rhodes, there's some developments to the north that are pretty dense residential. And if you drive through those developments, which I have, there's a lot of vehicles parked on streets, there's a lot of vehicles parked in driveways. And there are varying types of vehicles, all the way from contractor vehicles to, regular, single family. And then, as you can see in the aerial, the petting zoo has, or the farm, well, I'm not exactly sure what that is, but farm use, has, horse carriages and those type of uses exist.
Any other questions?
Just the development standards manual, doesn't have anything specific for LCID.
No, the trip generation manual doesn't have anything specific for a strategy site. So in those cases, we typically do refer to the developer and their team to kind of come up with a reasonable estimate of trip generation.
Any further questions from the street? Thank you. Next slide, please. Mr. Sanders, Steve, if you could stand up. Can I have you confirm to the board that you adopt my presentation, my testimony here, as if it was your testimony and your presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? This time?
Any questions, board members? Thank you for your presentation.
And I just wanted to confirm that if staff had any question, I want to make sure they had the opportunity to question and answer the applicant's witnesses, just one.
Questions.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, I think we have over here to speak.
Yes, Madam Chair. The first one is going to be Mr. Daniel Campbell, and if you just bear with me, he has some exhibits to bring up.
Yes. Mr. Campbell, if you will state your name and, please spell your last name and that you do confirm that you were sworn in at the start of this hearing.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Daniel Campbell, DANIEL CAMPBELL. This one.
You may proceed.
So I would just like to respond to a few of the items in the application. So I live at 6924 Pleasant Oaksburg. Are we able to get the Polaris overhead view?
I think Mr. Edwards is working on it.
Okay, no worries. So the sentence states that one of the sentences in item 2 on your application states, as such, NCDOT recommends the driveway be located on the road. Mr. Overground's letter, at the beginning, it says the preliminary review comments regarding Kelly Road. I did not see any evidence that a similar review that was done regarding the Pleasant Road entrance was done regarding this proposed Kelly Road entrance. It seems to be a kind of like a suggestion more to me than an official stamped engineering document that the applicant can stand on. And you know, the email also, the first sentence said that he's not the engineer in the district. It would be another engineer. Kind of contradicting. They cut that part out of the presentation, zoomed in version, and then he stated here today that he was the engineer that would oversee. Just a little bit of confusion. Also that email was a reply. The original basis for that reply was not provided by the applicant. So there's a little bit of missing information there. Item 3A, the applicant claims that unnecessary arguments resulting from NCDOT's rejection of the Pleasant Road entrance.
and substantial frontage of the property along Kelly Road. Creates an unnecessary hardship. I believe that's relative. I think that NCDOT would not consider their rejection unnecessary. The applicant provided what they believe to be the basis of the NCDOT's rejection. I believe was necessary. The substantial frontages along Kelly Road are not peculiar. In fact, they're very common to the neighborhood. So can you, Mr. Edwards, can you go to the, you have the Polaris, I know that it was in Lisa's presentation, but I just want to reference, so there are, if you go to the Polaris, show them one more. Yeah, right there. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hold on, sorry, I have to share this one. So. Live stream.
Okay, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 properties with residential frontages on Kelly Road directly across from this subject property, made up of 6 parcels with residential frontages also on Kelly Road. The residential frontages facing Kelly Road on the subject property are not peculiar to the neighborhood. They are in fact conforming to. I also don't believe they are an unnecessary hardship. The applicants live in these residences. They may be a hardship related to, the fact that they don't meet the requirements of section 12.503. But it's very clear that this is a residential stretch of Kelly Road. I would also like to add that the 2 landfills referenced by the applicant were not subject to the regulations that this landfill is. Those landfills came into existence before this code was adopted. Section 12.503, item 4 did not apply to those landfills. And can you go to aerial view March 2022, please?
Was that
In mind? No.
Okay.
So Mr. Murray stated that the applicants no LCID activity has occurred on the subject property since, I believe he said 2001. So this is a March 2022 aerial image of the subject property. Center left, you can see the cow barn reference. And if you go to July, Terry, there's another image.
Just for clarification, this is going to be oppositions exhibit 1, March 2022.
You can see just to the,
Is this
and here's that same cow barn to the northeast. If you're able to zoom in there to the red line areas, the red line area to the right, you can see a pile of stone in the bottom left corner. That did not exist there in March 2022. Stone is a material that's accepted by an LCID landfill. The resolution of my photo was a little bit better on my computer. I counted about 50 distinct piles that were dumped by, I would estimate to be a 5-ton triaxle within that pile to the south of that excavator.
Please add this note. This is opposition exhibit number 2.
I would also just like to point out that Mr. Eagle's presentation was based on data provided by the developer. I think that speaks for itself. And I would also like to point out that I don't believe Mr. Eagle, he could confirm that he said he performed traffic impact analyses as part of a regular job. I do not, did you perform a traffic impact analysis per se of this Kelly Road entrance?
Just leave it unplugged to see if it'll,
Yes.
there you go.
There it goes. Sorry, it's connected there for a second. No, we did not perform a full traffic impact analysis, as it's not required. So.
Also, I'll move to item 3B. As I mentioned before, property consists of numerous residential frontages along Kelly Road. These are common to the neighborhood. The passing of this variance would in fact create a peculiar condition. And I would just finish by saying that, in my opinion, approval of this variance would allow a use of the land that's not in conformity and harmony of the neighborhood and surrounding neighborhood. The approval will appease a developer that is quite literally planning to demolish their houses and leave their neighbors with a dump. It will not promote the health and safety of those that live on or commute along Kelly Road. The fact that it's safer than Pleasant Grove access does not make it safe or safer than the conditions that exist on Kelly Road today. It will not maintain or enhance the values of the surrounding properties. It will not satisfy a public need. And as I mentioned before, it will not be in harmony and conformity with the neighborhood. I implore the board to find that this application does not meet the basic requirements laid forth by the Charlotte zoning code of ordinances regarding variances and should be denied as such. And I would just like to thank you for your time and let me speak here today.
Real quick, Mr. Campbell, the slide titled landfill overview, we're just going to submit that for opposition exhibit number 3.
Yeah, I didn't reference that. That just happened to be in an email where I needed those other 2 variable images, but it is informative. It does point out a lot of the items pointed out in Ms. Murray's presentation. I don't think anything.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Campbell? Mr. Murray, do you have any questions for Mr. Campbell?
Members of the board, I don't have any questions for Mr. Campbell right now. That's the disclosure I have to put my objections on the record. I object to any Mr. Campbell's testimony that was based upon his opinions or belief, as those called for speculation, which should not be admissible. And also, Mr. Sanders can respond the dirt and the gravel assist personal use. So maybe voting.
I dug some dirt out the backside of the farm, haul up, my kids, they rodeo, and I hauled 100 loads of dirt up there to build, extend my pigment and for practice. As the side of the house, if you look at there's a picture of our rodeo arena side of my house that we practice in, and I had to add 60 or 80 feet to get it long enough for the kids to be able to do their events. And that's where I dug all the dirt on the back side of the farm and hauled many loads up to the front of the farm and build the arena.
I would wonder where it's going to be.
Use it for maintaining my roads around there and because it's kind of going, use that for that. Want to use it around.
Thank you. Any questions, board? Thank you, Mr. Campbell, for your presentation. All right, we're going to hear from other individuals who signed up wishing to provide factual testimony concerning the request. As a reminder, witnesses should provide factual testimony as to how this project does or does not meet the standards. The board must base its decision upon evidence in the record, not personal preferences or opinion. Please be aware that the applicant and any other parties have certain rights to object to your testimony and cross-examine you as a witness. The board of Governors will determine what evidence to consider and how much weight to assign it. Right, clerk to the board, I'll call.
Madam Chair, it'll be Todd Bingerich,
Tom, will you step forward, please?
Terry Mace,
Before we begin, please state for the record your name, address, and relationship to the case, and please spell your last name.
My name is Terry Mace. It's Terry. Last name is Mace speaking. I live at 9428 Stonegate Drive. That is off of County Road.
And you confirm that you were sworn in at the start of this hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
And continue.
I do have some handouts that I would like to present you.
please have the record reflect that this will be opposition exhibit 4, 5, and 6.
Two. So they're gonna have they can share.
Yes, please.
Okay, Ms. Mason, I think we're ready.
I'm gonna be really focused on what is the impact of the traffic that will be coming from either Odell Road, Pleasant Road, or that will be coming on to County Road. But I did have one question that I did not get an answer on, and I've asked this question before, and that is, I've been a resident off of County Road since 1992, and the neighbors organization keeps talking about the crop. I do not know of any crop that they have grown. There's been a crop, I haven't seen it. So I just wanted to make sure that you know and you heard it. I don't know if anyone's ever been grown on that particular acreage. The next one, though, I'm really focused on is the traffic. And what I did was I actually went to the North Carolina TCDS application, and I ran some reports. Now, I am a novice, so therefore it took me quite a while to get to understand what was in that particular application. But what I wanted to do was focus on why I think in the variance under number 4, that this would not be beneficial to our health and safety. And one would be because of the increase of traffic that would be coming down Valley Road.
Members of the board, I have to object, as was stated early on in this, introduction by the board, impacts of traffic is, required expert testimony, for some of the board adjustment hearings. And I do not believe Ms. Mace is an expert here, Sydney.
Madam Chair, David Murray has a correctly stated requirement under law under North Carolina General Statute 116B. It's 1402, competent evidence defined as for matters affecting traffic and safety, requires expert testimony. So, this is specifically by not considered an expert and not be considered.
So, with the other testifying, just. Nobody can.
You can, the objection by record, you can sustain the objection and ask the witness to speak on any other matters that she has personal firsthand knowledge, factual, what else?
Okay, Ms. Mason, do you understand what the objection is?
I do, but may I have a rebuttal? Here's a rebuttal. I'm not saying I'm an expert. What I am saying is this particular application is available to any citizen. It takes time to get into it, to understand it. But I'm not citing me as an expert. I'm saying I'm a concerned citizen that found out about this application and started looking into it and started finding information. That is no different than you going to the internet and looking at an application and finding information.
Madam Chair, it's in the discretion of board's discretion, to hear what the witness has to offer. Again, I would caution that they just not be providing, traffic and safety, working with someone expert, but that's really the way your deliberations, you can see what she has to say.
Okay. Since the transport engineer, transportation engineer did not have specific data on the MCIT, if the young lady has some data that applies directly to that, I think we should, otherwise.
Ms. Hicks, do you have something specific to the LCID?
Yes, I do.
All right, then you may discuss that. But all the rest of it, because you're not an expert witness, even though it can be found, is not vital for this board.
Okay, I want to make sure that I understand. I want to make sure I stay within the boundaries of what I can say and do. What I was concerned about was how the traffic would increase based on the number of trucks that would be coming in and out of the landfill. And then, so therefore I went to this application that is, like I said before, is available to anyone in the public. And what I discovered is where I live, which is right off of Kelly Road. And if I looked at the end of Kelly Road to going on Oakdale, what I did discover is the intersection of Oakdale, Sunset Road, and Miranda Road. And the post office that's right there. That's only like 0.23 miles from Kelly Road. So my thought, I was looking at it from a broad perspective, is what is that going to do to traffic? Now, I gave you an exhibit of what was the project that's been on the books and been proposed for that intersection. That particular project is still on hold. So therefore, my thought process was, if that project is still on hold, then we're going to have all of these trucks coming down Kelly Road. And if they get onto Oakdale and they're going to access 485, we're going to have a really problem with traffic. So therefore, I pulled some data, and what you have in front of you is a statement of how the traffic has increased on Oakdale Road. Realizing that Kelly Road is considered a residential connector. So therefore, my talking point here is there's not been a traffic study for Kelly Road. In fact, if you go into this system, you will find there's no data at all reported for Kelly Road for traffic. So therefore, after looking at that, I can only come up to the conclusion, since no data was collected for traffic on Kelly Road, so by default, it would be considered residential local or residential collector street and not worthy of tracking. Well, if they're not tracking it, then how do we know the density of traffic that will be coming down Kelly Road? We don't. However, we do know, if you look at the proposed documents that have been provided in previous meetings, that when the townhomes come into that area that are projected to be developed, that we already know is going to add anywhere from 2,080 to 2,100 additional amount of traffic on a residential flavor road. So therefore, that is the reason I provided the exhibits I did, because that was the information I could get out as just a general use.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mays. Any questions from the board? Mr. Murray, do you have any rebuttal or any questions?
I don't have any questions. The board noted my objection previous to this, Mason's testimony.
Mr. Graves. Thank you, Ms. Mays. Or Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, Jeanette Wilson. So next speaker.
Okay, so before you begin, state your name for the record and spell your last name, your address, and your relationship to this case.
Yes, my name is Jeanette Wilson, that's JeAnnette Wilson, Wilson, and I live on 9216 Stonegate Drive, which is also the correct job.
And you do confirm that you were sworn in at the start of this hearing?
Yeah.
All right. You may proceed.
I've chopped up the speech a lot since the meeting started, and again, I guess you can discount it from the get-go as not being an expert, but I do have some significant concerns as a citizen. There are nearly 300 of us that live on or off County Road and use it as a connector road to access Highway 16, I-77, and 485, and we are vehemently opposed to this variance request. We have school bus stops, lower speeds, hills and curves, and I care deeply about where I live. I'm opposed to every point, beginning even with their introduction of me in box 1. They stated there was a pre-submittal meeting where the applicant and staff understood Kelly Road to meet the access requirements and agreed upon definitions. I'm just a local resident and I don't get to know what was decided at this private meeting, but I know a residential collector street is a residential collector street. If Charlotte zoning led the petitioner to believe something that wasn't accurate, the residents on our road should not pay the price. I'm not an engineer, but the words still mean the same thing. It's collecting residents in subdivisions and connecting them to larger thoroughfare systems. I'm curious which zoning staff members did meet privately with the petitioners and agreed privately with the petitioners regarding this matter, and that is something perhaps the board can find out. I asked Terry Edwards, and he directed me to communicate with the petitioner's lawyer, which I did not feel comfortable in doing. I know that our roads are just lines on a map to most of the zoning staff. And to whoever told the petitioner that Kelly Road would work, they don't know the names and faces of the neighbors that live there. I also learned in my research that it's not easy to change the road or street definition. The Charlotte Street Manual states in section 1.1c that any street type amendments would require city council approval. Hardship point A regarding NCDOT not allowing on the Pleasant Grove Road frontage. This was an inherent risk taken by the property owners when they began purchasing, planning, investing, and evidently shaking hands behind closed doors for what would be for them a very lucrative and controversial special use project that held no promise to them in the actual city code. Section 9.203 10.1 states special uses in residentially zoned areas, quote, shall be permitted if they meet the standards established in this section and all other requirements of these regulations. NCDOT's ruling is unfortunate for the petitioner regarding Pleasant Grove Road access, but it does not constitute unnecessary hardship. A special use of property is above and beyond its originally zoned use, which is supposed to be residential. The hardship isn't actually NCDOT, as the applicant has stated, but remember the wording in the city's code, if they meet the standards, and they don't. So NCDOT can and should have said no to Pleasant Grove Road for safety concerns, but the city of Charlotte can and should say no to Kelly Road for safety concerns. These already exist. In hardship point B regarding the peculiar land conditions specific to the shape of the property,
There's nothing peculiar at all about this as residential property. The Steve Sanders home, his family's homes all faced Kelly Road. According to the city's point B, conditions that are common to the neighborhood or general public may not be the basis for granting a variance. As Mr. Campbell stated, the primary portions of the applicant's project are 3 lovely residences with Kelly Road frontage. Kelly Road frontage is common to the neighborhood all along Kelly Road. It is a condition shared by all the residential properties along Kelly Road as well as subdivisions. Again, any hardship is completely created by the petitioner's attempt to use bundled residential property for the industrial business being stuck under expiring special use code. This is not a complication of the residential property layout, but rather a complication of the petitioner's desire to bend the city's residential rules and protections to accomplish their commercial goals. The property may have a unique shape for an LCID landfill. The petitioner can go find some industrially zoned property that is less unique and less complicated if it is their heart's desire to operate an LCID landfill. Regarding hardship point C as to whose fault, whether or not it was the applicant's own actions or NCDOT, I learned at the last meeting, this variance request is not like any of the other that I sat through in the meeting in June. Not like, hey, can we move 6 feet to 12 feet for this residential driveway, 24 feet to 17 feet for a parking pad. This is very much like, hey, you fixed it so I can get this square peg of a landfill to fit into this round hole residentially zoned property. It is the action taken by the applicant and the property owner that have in fact caused this hardship. It's the move from standard residential requirements to the special use requirements that has created the problem. It is unfortunate they hoped for an easy route. Maybe somebody in zoning told them in the meetings, but now faced with compliance issues, they want you to vary the rules for them. The petitioner wants the board to make this landfill easy for them to accomplish. Regarding hardship point D and safety being a factor, if safety was a factor for NCDOT, are the applicants implying safety is not a factor in the already existing city zoning ordinances for residential roads like Kelly? I do not believe Kelly Road is safe. Mr. Obergen, I tried to contact him when I saw this email in June's meeting, and I never got a response from him regarding the points that supposedly made Kelly Road safer. When I was looking at the townhome project that is proposed to be, even for their own images, directly across from their Kelly Road for entrance, I noticed Mr. Obergen evidently worked for the city at that time, and he was in charge of the transportation plan that said how many visits or trips would be, it was over 2,048 of the 280 proposed dwellings that kind of keeps getting cut off of the Sanders maps and pictures that's going to be directly across. My understanding that is Plan 2019-160 about this townhome development. Clearly, it's not going to be safe on Kelly Road to have an entrance there for construction. They quoted in their application on hardship point D that moving the entrance to Kelly Road benefits Pleasant Grove neighbors. Are the Kelly Road residents chopped liver? You're moving the entranceway to Kelly, you're taking the problems for some residents, but now placing them in the laps of other residents. Charlotte zoning and Charlotte DOT have protected residential streets at the local level for safety already. NCDOT stepped in regarding Pleasant Grove Road with additional safety measures, but now the applicant seems to be asking the most basic local level decision just be overturned, or even worse, he stated pass the buck, let North Carolina decide what happens next. The safety precautions that the local level city ordinance stands for residential collector roads, that counts and it matters. Those were not gratuitous. They said Kelly Road has a petting zoo and other, he actually said several landfills, but there's not several landfills. The landfill that he's mentioning, that he said was still open, I believe to be out of operation for at least 3 years after the death of its owner. There's no public access signage or Google site to any functioning petting zoo on Kelly Road. I've Googled it. I have little kids. I would know about a petting zoo a minute from my house. There is a residence with a fenced closed-off backyard that has a no trespassing sign out front. The applicant implies we are rampant business along Kelly Road. We are not. There is no current industrial or commercial business operating on Kelly Road at all. He said it's safe because Kelly already has a farm entrance. Are the applicants really comparing their personal small-scale farm tractors and personal use horse trailers that occasionally enter their residential property to the weight, noise, and full-scale use of 10-wheeler, 25-ton dump trucks, 30 or 40-foot tandem axle hauling trailers, moving tens of thousands of pounds of gravel, dirt, and construction debris in and out 11 hours a day, 6 days a week on Kelly Road? That's what this ordinance allows for. If there is a clear indicator of exactly why the city ordinances are there to protect residential roads against landfill traffic, I cannot think of one. The petitioners have shared no such traffic studies about the safety of Kelly Road. It is okay, their expert opinion, but honestly, I mean, we're just now still fighting this on the city and local level. We've reached out to the county commissioners, we've reached out to the state level and our state representatives. I didn't know we were going, bam, right to NCDOT. I mean, like I said, I reached out when I saw Mr. Oakstone's name on the email. I have yet to hear back from them. We are ready to pursue blocking this if they think Kelly Road is safer. But I thought we were still addressing it here on the city level. In front of hundreds of neighbors, crammed into the first library community meeting from the very beginning, petitioners have smugly rested in the city ordinances being on their side. Poor Solomon Fortune had to explain how a dump in the middle of our neighborhoods could possibly exist in city code, but it did. At a second meeting with Councilman Mitchell and 3 of our county commissioners and additional neighbors to possibly talk about any concessions like extra trees or a liner or a wider buffer, we still got the arrogant response of we're under no obligation in code to do any of those things, and so we won't. If the petitioners were so in love with the city zoning and code, then it kind of seems like they ought to abide by it. Can't have it both ways.
Thank you. Board, have any questions for Ms. Mason? Mr. Murray?
No questions this time, however, I have to object for the record, opinions on safety, and to the extent the opinions and testimony called for speculation on uses and impacts. Opinion was immaterial, and object to the narrative, that was provided, in the presentation.
If I may, Mr. Murray provided a narrative of the history of the property and the family that's going to family run and operate the landfill. I was told I could not even give the history of this project and how the community feels about it because that was a non-issue for this meeting. I've done the best I can to communicate why we are frustrated and why this variance is so important for me.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate your comments.
And I do have, I'm not a digital person, I'm old fashioned, but the study in which Mr. Overgone presented the townhome traffic, I did just send that PDF to Mr. Eckles, but I'm sorry, I didn't do that in advance.
Would you like to submit that as evidence? Okay, let's have that noted, opposition exhibit number 7.
Thank you.
Just noting my objection.
Next up, Stephen Josie.
I reserve this time. I think I would object to good bad speeds.
Thank you very much.
Terry, will the citizen share board and
Yes, ma'am, it's being printed. Yeah. Arthur Griffin.
Morning, still morning, morning.
Good morning, Mr. Griffin, if you would, please state your name for the record and spell your last name, your address, and your relationship to this case.
Arthur Griffin, ARTHURGRIFFIN. Address is 16822 Crosshaven Drive, Charlotte. I live in EJ, and I also serve as a commissioner at large from Mecklenburg County.
And sir, will you please confirm that you were sworn in at the start of this hearing?
I was.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Just, I'm not an expert witness, but I certainly listened to the presentation this morning and started this journey, I think last December at the public library in Billboard. This hearing is about variance, and I just put up the variance, which is the fact quality of being different, divergent, or inconsistent. And one of the concerns that has been insisted throughout my years here as a resident, that we have tried to create a public policy of not putting industrial landfills and others in residential areas. We work very hard from a public policy perspective to make sure that landfills in residential areas would not occur. As it relates to this landfill, when I'm speaking for the Board of County Commission, certainly be concerned about environmental impacts as it relates to the Coffin Creek and the runoff into Mountain Island Lake. Certainly one concern I chair for public policy on public health for Mecklenburg County. I think it's public information about the impact of industrial traffic on respiratory issues for children here in Mecklenburg County. That's certainly well known here in Mecklenburg County Public Health records. And one of the specific focuses for us and the policymakers is trying to make sure that there's a reduction of asthma and other types of respiratory ailments that impact children, west side more so than any other quadrant of the county. So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to lift up my concern as an individual commissioner. Conducted a number of quasi-judicial hearings as chairman of the school board. So I don't envy your position. Law and equity is really tough. But I think in this case, equity has to have some weight on your decision about the impact of the landfill for the residential area. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I know that I'm not an expert witness, and certainly counsel will probably let you know that in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Do you have any questions for Mr. Murray?
Same objections on it as made to prior witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Robert Killian.
Okay, before you begin, would you please state your name for the record, spell your last name and your address in relationship to this case?
My name is Robert Killian Jr. I live at 17 Lindy Drive, the Southern Farms community. I'm also the vice president of our HOA board. I'm here to propose this variance request.
Okay, please confirm that you were sworn in at the start of this hearing.
Oh.
And you may proceed.
As I said, my name is Robert Killian here to propose this request. Before I begin, I do want to bring up a couple of things Mr. Murray brought up. He referenced the 2 older landfills. One is no longer in operation on Kelly Road. He did not mention that the one that's not in operation is an environmental hazard. Embarrassed. So, the picture shows pretty trees, but that land is hazardous. A lot of my opposition is covered by some people's vote, so I cut this on the move. Well, the property question is zoned as R3. Point number 3 on findings of fact says that it's vacant. It's not, as the picture showed. And while code section 9.203 and 1 permits LCID landfills if all requirements are met, which they're not, which is why we're here. It was never intended by my interpretation of zoning for multiple parcels to be combined for this commercial landfill use.
which leads me to believe that the peculiarity that they presented to the site is in fact their own doing. They've been aware of the conditions of their property. Them and all associates with them have stated at multiple meetings going back to December, they were very aware of the minimum requirements for an LCID landfill. They made it clear that they have intended to stick to those minimum requirements and not go beyond them. Today, to ask to not reach those minimum requirements. Strict application of the ordinance in this case does exactly what the ordinance was intended to do based on my reading of that ordinance. It protects the properties, the neighbors, commercial tract from that class 5 collective road. The hardship appears to be created by the applicants. You don't have to construct a commercial LCID landfill by combining multiple residential tax points. It's clear to me that this request is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance. It seems to run completely contrary to it. Approval of the entrance on Kelly Road for a commercial landfill would put the entrance directly across from other single-family homes that are impacted by it, potential townhome development. And it puts it on a road that the ordinance specifically states it is not permitted to go on. And as was mentioned before in reference to finding back number 25, I don't see how there is any comparison. The gate used to cater for a tractor and horse trailer, to try access when they're around construction. And this is not asking for a shed that is too close. This is asking for the movement and an entrance to a commercial land in a residential zone area. From earlier meetings, the applicants refused to work with the community, provide any concessions. They refused land swaps that were offered by the city to put the landfill in an industrialized zone. We'd like to press forward with landfill and an entrance that would negatively impact all the residents here. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Illian. Board, you have any questions? Do you have any questions for the Mr. Murray?
No questions, and I incorporate my prior objections, speculation, et cetera, to this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Rumgren? Rangley, so.
Okay, before you begin, please state your name for the record and spell your last name, your address, and relationship to this case.
Like you said, Laura, that's what I go by. My legal name is Laura Rangel. That's Ura. My last name is Rengel. And I live at 691 Pleasant Hill Circle.
Okay, please confirm if you were sworn in at the start of this hearing.
I was. Okay.
And I would ask, please, that you,
Madam Chair, your microphone.
sorry, that you are offering testimony that you have not heard before, or the evidence that will move this forward, please. May continue.
I probably will repeat a little bit of it. I apologize. I just, obviously, since I've heard a couple of other people's talking questions that have good things, but it's fine. Again, I'm not an expert. I'm a community member who received a letter because I live 300 feet within variance area proposing. Our purpose is to review variance that would allow vehicle access on a road designated on residential collector street or LCID. To my knowledge and my research, a collector street is defined as a street with low to moderate traffic, primarily intended for residential and property access. Currently, Kelly Road and Pleasant Grove are not experiencing this kind of traffic. Only moderate, again, my concerns. The traffic around the community has increased to the point where there were plans to build 2 traffic circles within half a mile of this proposed entrance. And the information is a little outdated, but it's the most recent. In 2016, Sunset, Oakdale, and Miranda Streets were ranked as the 4th worst intersection for accidents in all of Charlotte. Plans were made to modify the traffic circle and it would begin construction in 2021, but that is still up to this time. It's still on docket. But I digress. We're here to discuss the two green tests presented. We have renewal plans for this LCID as well as the entrance that they are proposing to change. For the last meeting that I attended here, I learned that president and movements are cause for not allowing something like this, as it speaks to the fact that perhaps so many variances have been requested, might just not belong there. Although Mr. Murray would have you believe that we're in the middle of nowhere, we are 15 minutes from uptown. And distance wise, just to kind of give you all the perspective, we're close to the city at South Park and Myers Park. I would also like to mention that just recently with the help of our community, rezoning no longer allows these type of developments. That was with the help of Councilman Mitchell, Dan Campbell over there. They're no longer allowed for these type of developments. And they applied for this almost a year ago, so they are unfortunately grandfathered in. We have listened to these propositions and amendments from the standard and do agree that at every turn have only met the bare minimum requirements, which is implemented before by everybody else. And now they're here asking you to change those very rules that they say that they would abide by. I understand that this decision regarding the whole CID is not solely in your hands, but I do urge you to carefully examine what they are requesting to change.
Thank you, Ms. Rangel. Thank you, Ms. Rangel. Board, do you have any questions? Mr. Murray?
I incorporate my previous objections to the previous testimony to apply for this testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Matt Winrich.
Both of them.
Okay, before you begin, please state for the record your name and spell your last name. Please state your address and relationship to this case, please.
Absolutely. I'm Matthew Woodrick, M-A-T-T-H-W, W-E-N-R-I-C-H. It's big case. And in the 6913 Pleasant Oaks Circle, back in the area, I think 300 feet buffer, and we did receive our, I have less.
May I confirm that you were sworn in to start this hearing?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, now you can proceed.
I have just more couple of questions on the testimonies brought to us by the experts themselves. So, Mr. Murray mentioned that the area that is going to be impacted of it is underdeveloped. What would be the reference to that area? Because in the past 5 years, there have been multiple proposed townhomes and living situations. Some farms is in that area.
Mr. Murray, would you like to respond?
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, I'll stay. Question?
Yeah, yes, because during your testimony on your presentation, you said that it is an underdeveloped area, that it would have low impact.
Yeah, the highest of its use of this property, I think, we would agree would probably be for subdividing it up and building hundreds of homes. That would likely be the highest of its use. That would create a substantial amount of new traffic on Kelly Road. This area is adjacent and across the street would likely also be something that could be developed in the future, but it is not. And the family has kept this property as open land, it's forested land, and they did not want to build hundreds of homes on the property. And so they were looking at uses, and this was one of the uses that they looked at because there's been a prior use of an LCID on the property in the past. They use a lot of dirt, they're contractors themselves, and so they use a lot of dirt. And so bringing in these materials to the site would be a site that would not result in a massive redevelopment of their property for residential, but in a use that that would be something that you would somewhat benefit from yourself, being able to use the dirt that comes into that site. And so that's why the decision was made to go with this use as opposed to a total redevelopment of the site, which, and let's see, confirm developers are highly interested in for developing for single family. And now under the UDO, we can put hundreds of duplexes on this property and possibly also drive-throughs. Is that
Yes, that's great.
Thank you. Mr. Reverend, you may continue.
Absolutely. The other questions I had, you know, the little, Mr. Eagle, is, again, expert in use your testimony and ask just a series of questions. We're in the hearing for a variance on the landfill entrance for on Pleasant Grove, correct? That's correct. So what is the relevance of the housing slide and the information that you provided has, I think, very minimal information that you presented to the staff and to the team itself on the traffic study, because if there's, we're in a variance for an LCID, it has nothing to do with the residential, am I correct?
I object, it's not relevant.
I've been, it's relevant, because we're working on LCID thing.
Well, I'm objecting to the testimony about traffic on the uses is irrelevant. Yes, it is relevant.
So procedurally, I just wanted to point out that, late parties with standing have right to cross-examine or questions of the applicant. The persons, other interested persons have the right to provide factual testimony. This board has given some leeway in letting, some of the, interested persons ask questions directly, but that's, again, sort of in your discretion to allow that. I'm not sure if Mr. Murray is objecting to that. This is going to sort of provide factual testimony, raise points that the board can address to the parties. So I just wanted to note that.
Okay, Mr. I believe that the attorneys have, of course, I'm not sure that I understand the question about the traffic studies, but, NCDOT did provide information about why they felt that the, Pleasant Grove Road entrance was not appropriate as its proximity to many other entrances on that road. So we have no point, we want.
I guess one of my last points that I would touch on too is with the removal of this dirt debris, was that factored into the for the landfill itself, both the Kelly entrance and this is just for clarification. You'll call this, I'm trying to overstep. But I didn't see it in the study itself. It was only talking about when debris is coming into the property, not when it is for the removal of the site.
Just sounds clear here, the development, the LCIZ development does not trigger a traffic study. And so what we have looked at is how to try to figure out, first of all, Steve knows a lot about LCIZs, and he uses them all. But we've also looked at the time of operation, Monday to Friday. The hours of operation, it's 7 to 5 on those days. And so there's been an attempt to estimate the amount of trips, and that will be 75 in and 75 out from 150 total trips per day. And the DOT requirements in the DOT plan, and there was an exhibit that I had that showed, where we showed what's going on, but Kempe Road will have a turn lane added to it as a result of this use. And the DOT also requires a length of entrance to provide stacking of vehicles. And stacking means when the vehicles are coming in, they come into the turn lane and then they get into the front so that they're not sitting Kempe Road. y'all got an application for another LCID that I filed because I heard the address on Heavy Equipment School Road. The problem with that LCID, which I'm not sure if it's still operating over in Heavy Equipment, was they didn't have enough distance to stack vehicles. So the vehicles were not coming fully into the property. That was the problem. That was part of that variance. But here, NCDOT is requiring a new turn lane on every lane. So they'll have money to put that turn lane in. And then the driveway entrance into the site has to have a certain length to give those vehicles enough space to get in and out. And what it also provides for, as Steve can confirm, is so that they're not dumping right at the front. So it provides distance and insulation.
That's great.
Well, I think the question may have touched on something that I've been trying to grapple with as well, is the state was about the landfill across the street was no longer in use, but there's a pretty significant amount of surplus dirt on that site, so I assume then there may be a construction project that needs dirt in the future, and so that dirt's coming out. And so that, is there does the landfill take into account the dirt coming out, and is it a change in use? Is there a period of time? And if, the state would say that one across the street was filled up in a certain amount of time. Well, is it gonna get filled out? I mean,
With that, you've got trees, concrete, rock, all mixed together, so it's not, it'll just kind of deteriorate and settle some there. But if you do not, once you do it, you dress it up, that was out specs, the hill too steep and all that. Where the regulations are so much more strict on the newer ones, where the slopes will be dressed nicely compared to that one. Compared to where it goes all the time.
If we have to submit a grading plan also to the state. And so as Steve said, that current LCID that you see that looks like a sharp mountain with flips, that would not be allowed by the state. Because the grading is too steep.
And once it's closed out, trees and landscaping there, you have an area for wildlife to habitat in and stuff like that, where if it's houses that would not be, there's no room for wildlife out there.
so it is, I'm not 100% sure how relevant this is to the specifics of it, but I guess just the life of this thing is something that I want to kind of get a perspective on, is how long this is going to impact the neighborhood and whatnot. So you're getting permits, and is you leveling it out, or I mean, you move dirt a lot, and dirt is valuable to take from people, but it's also valuable to give to people. And so, if there's a lot of development out in this area, having a big dirt pile close by that you can take from, is when you talk about site plans, and is this going to be an import-export site, or is this just an import site again?
It will have some export also.
My finding is on the app.
That's where I have the next question at, where the removal of dirt, if you wanted to use it as your standard properties or your contracts, because it's your own dirt, you're allowed to use that without having any kind of permit. Is that correct?
Yes.
It doesn't fall under the mining law, but if for some reason this dirt is used by another construction company or the city of Charlotte to fill in dirt or something along those lines, then it does change from an LCID to now what would be considered a quarry or a mining operation. Is that correct? Again, that's
Answer to this question.
And I don't, doesn't that pertinent to this?
well, I'm just.
I understand your question, sir, but for this zoning
Well,
ordinance, this is not, that's not pertinent. What we have to consider what it could possibly be used for in the future. Right now, we are looking at entrance. They're asking for the variance for the entrance on Kelly Road, so.
Yeah, I do apologize if I understand. But,
No, I was just trying to clarify that. I appreciate.
Mike, Mike,
but I guess I'm
All right, any other questions? Okay.
next up, Madam Chair, Andrew Eagle.
Just identify same, incorporate the same sections as last week.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Steve Sanders,
Second.
Gary Young, the second.
And Madam Chair, I was not.
Okay, so. Are you in there? You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, please state your name and spell your last name for the record, your address, and your relationship to the case.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Gary Young, last name Michael W-U-G. I'm a resident at 816 Lawmore Avenue over in the Sutton Farms neighborhood community. And I guess our relation is in opposition to this development. Again, board, thank you this morning. It's an afternoon. Shit. Again, personally speaking, I mean, being here, born and raised in Charlotte, and so I think many of you who have been can attest that this area has changed drastically over time. It's changed drastically since 2002. As has been alluded to previously, and I guess that's one of the hardships coming up towards the end. This area under the new BO is zoning N1A. Now, we know formerly R3 and to the points being made, it has been grandfathered in. But N1A, which is typically applied to established neighborhoods. So we're discussing and thinking about the direction of this city and this area is really trying to head towards regardless of grandfather zones. And as it was also alluded to, a current councilman actually offered to work with this group to find another part of the city to place this LCID. And understanding that, we feel that the current zoning guidelines should be considered for the future of this area in the city of Charlotte as a whole. Further, I am truly at a loss in understanding how the NCDOT would recommend Kelly as an entrance way when not even the traffic engineer involved has conducted an actual analysis at Kelly. All in all, and I am going to be swift, but all in all, dear board, we are asking that you take the community as a whole into consideration when considering this proposal. And let it be clear, it has been stated on most supported this landfill is simply response to Mr. Sanders' opposition to the townhomes that were built on Pleasant Grove not far from his property, giving those residents an everlasting view of the literal dump. This, again, being from Charlotte, this is what Charlotte has come to. Folks making decisions at the detriment of people and neighborhoods that they never or rarely set foot in, but at the benefit of developers. Other areas are not bombarded with these types of projects in the number that this area is. It seems intentional by our government and from a citizen's wings. This is in line with the pollution issues that plague the west side of Charlotte now due to old Charlotte red line laws and the implementation of two major interstates right through the heart of diverse neighborhoods. This is also something that goes along with Dr. Griffin alluded to as well. So again, we as a community ask this board to take into consideration, one, the grandfather clause that you are allowing for this to have and take into consideration the new zoning laws, what we are trying to truly build in that community. If Mr. Sanders and his family wanted to build homes and bring citizens over to that area, I'm sure the community would not be opposed to that. We'll be a little bit more open to a landfill. I understand, Madam Chair, that you alluded to the fact that the nature of this discussion is not about what they will become in lieu of mining but what they're trying to be right now. But we cannot forget, we cannot set aside the fact that that is something that can take place. They can switch course and go a route that is not at the benefit of the community, which that surrounds it. Again, especially if we're talking about in years, we will have even more developments popping up around this said landfill. That is not beneficial for the current residents nor the future residents of this area. So again, I thank you so much for your time and your due diligence on this.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Any questions from the board?
I have a question for Mr. Sanders. It seems that you, opposition, neighbors in opposition said there's been an effort to find an alternative plan for CIC. How has that progressed? Why is that not considered?
They came to us and were, places like Midland, hours away, you got, trying to cut down carbon, you got trucks that have to drive, hour and a half, away. That, that's more fuel burn, or, traffic on the roads for further areas. That's what they were, areas, some of the areas they were proposing were hours away, or down one, in at the edge of South Carolina. You can't get through that area down there, to get to certain areas now. And it's kind of, it's land that we own, we've had, and I think since, around 1977, when we moved there, as I was a young kid then, 7 years old. And, so we get home, we currently, so it was, have to leave there to go to Powell, for the day. It's just, and various other places. Just, that's the reason that everyone might sort of provide something.
Mr. If I may, I alluded to the fact that it was a city council member that volunteered to work with this family. City council has no purview outside of the city of Charlotte. A city councilman from the city of Charlotte cannot even go up to the towns of Huntsville, Cornelius, or Davidson and say, we're going to give you this land without the know-with-all and the involvement of those cities themselves. So I will argue, especially with the fact I have had close conversations with current council members about where this proposed land would be. And never did I hear it will be outside of the city limits, because again, council members do not have the ability to propose land outside of the jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Because we have been at this since now 11:12, the board graciously requests a 5-minute break. So if you will give us 5 minutes, and then we will continue with the witnesses. Thank you.
If I could just notify second, incorporate second objections to the last witness.
I apologize, Mr. Murray, but I'm asking you that.
And I'll just have to remind the board members during the break, please do not discuss the case with each other or with any persons present.
Thank you.
That is called a speaker ordinance, but
Yeah, we're there.
Yeah, they're not very.
Well, I can go home and read mine before. Thank you. That's so nice.
this.
Back when this is follow the whole next one. That is true in every performance that is in here. Good. Yeah. How far did you get?
Yes.
I knew you started on this. I was like, just wondering. Basically, it's probably located. I think it was actually. It's. Other than I recommend. What do you think? Oh. I'll put it in the. I'm just back here watching TV.
Okay. All right.
Good.
It's like,
And I'm not that.
right. I get it.
No,
Are they going back? They're not coming?
no, well, they're going to, the bump in August.
Oh, why?
Yeah, we have to redo the notification signs, because you know, they're removing, you talking about Charlotte Town? Yeah, so the sign was placed at the old billboard that they're removing.
Yeah.
So we gotta put it that way, they're putting the new building.
Oh, it's not the same thing?
No, it's a property. It's literally,
Oh, I have to send the site.
yeah, it's, was it not?
I didn't look.
It's, you could throw a rock in. Corner.
Okay, this was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't know.
That
I
one
had
is-
talked, they had talked to me about, it, you know, about the the variance option of the odds of, they always just get my opinion, so.
Export billboard sign guy?
Huh?
Export billboard guy?
I screwed up on this one. So, trying to see.
That one, was supposed to go today,
Yeah, I know.
so.
That's why I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well.
What are they doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your attention. Ben Terry.
Madam Chair, just heads up, I'm printing out, I'm passing around, opposition to exhibit number 7. This is from Ms. Wilson.
Okay.
And then we have, next speaker is going to be Tony Barker.
Members of the board, can we clarify something real fast? That issue of the question of lighting came up before, because Steve had said taking dirt out, and he needs to clarify his testimony on that. And I'll let Todd add to that too, because there is a process when you're setting up a LCID.
So before you start thinking of ways to construct the cell, the construction of the cell involves taking some material out of the site, excavating some material on the site to get to the permitted floor grade, then be able to start grading the waste material. Once that material is brought in, it stays in the site. It's not leaving. What happens?
And yes, and that's correct. And some of the demand, it's people digging a basement or something for a house, digging a swimming pool. You got some places for that material to go. A lot of times, and that's places like this is where that material goes to or digging some out the road, pad, dirt pad. It's you got places like some of the exposed that doesn't be hard construction.
And just so I'm clear, material comes in, it stays.
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Before we get please, state for the record your name and spell your last name, your address, and your relationship to the case.
My name is Tony Barker, Barker. First name is Boni. Live at 6828 Pleasant Dakota Circle. I also was not sworn in earlier.
Ms. Parker, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may proceed.
I would just want to point out that Mr. Murray mentioned the applicants are contractors. He is referencing Standard Utility, which has been awarded $500 million in contracts from the city since 2003, including a $66 million contract awarded within the last 7 days from Charlotte Water to Standard Utility for work to be completed at the Franklin's water plant. Also, Pete, we were talking about the turning lanes. The turning lanes said would be for those turning right, but what about those that are turning left? That would require 2 different turning lanes. Mr. Murray also testified as to what a turning lane and stacked trucks are, but he is not qualified as a PTOA.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Murray?
Just incorporate my prior objections and, do you want to confirm the permanent lines?
Yeah, so the turning lane, entering the site would be just a right turn lane, the left turn lane would be, where left turn movement would be the same as a lane of traffic as the throughs. NCDOT's minimum standard would be what's called the internal protected steel. That means you have to have a certain length of driveway before any internal turning that keeps traffic moving in, so they don't stop you, move out of the roadway, and that minimum length is 100 feet.
So to be clear, it's going to be a right turn lane into a left turn.
Correct.
So that traffic would be prohibited. That's going to 75 trucks a day.
Thank you, Ms. Barker.
Is there anyone else left? I don't have any more speaker forms left to speak in opposition or in favor. Floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for the board for Mr. Murray or staff or witnesses? Before we will now hear, sorry. Okay. This concludes the presentation of evidence. The board will now begin deliberation. The board may reopen the hearing to ask clarifying questions if needed. Interested parties are not permitted to address the board during this portion of today's meeting. However, everyone is permitted to remain present.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair, but the staff did have a closing statement to make, and I apologize. Mr. Murray may have a closing statement, and the staff wanted to offer one more exhibit.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, staff.
Oh, no problem. Zoning Enforcement Zoning Administrator, City of Charlotte. Just to let you guys know that staff, when we reviewed this was a by right, so staff, it was basically for us, it was an administrative review. Staff did not have a lot of authority to make changes outside of that. That's part of the use. Staff did go with some detail required for use. Staff was there as a observer and to answer questions about the land development process. And also just a clarity, I do, as part of our development review, there is a note that will sit as exhibit on the plans that was sent for review. That it states any material fire not sold, some materials is becoming to be a mining activity and it's not permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Madam Chair, please have a note, that'll be government exhibit number 1.
Mr. Murray, do you have any other comments?
I would like to, as far as, there was a lot of conversation on the difference between, so there was some conversation, just taking evidence about the difference it was in Kelly and the use and the amount of use and the amount of vehicles that would come in and out of the site does not change whether the entrance is at Kelly or Pleasant Road. It would be the same. And so it's not that we're using Kelly so that we can do more. The same, if the entrance was Pleasant, it would be the exact same development. And so I believe we met our burden and we would request that the board grant the variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologize for any misunderstandings as I started this deliberation. Okay. So we have concluded the presentation of evidence now, and we'll begin our deliberations. As a reminder, the board is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this proposal meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on the personal preference of board members, rather it is based on standards and evidence. Board members are encouraged to reference the applicable legal standards and specific evidence in their deliberations. So the board will now meet in deliberations. Who wants to start? Ms. Sun, how about we start with you?
Party was presented their facts and and I believe even though it's more convenient for Mr. Sanders to use the run as LCID, there are alternatives that benefit to run tracking potential hazard. Who is to say what else is unregulated to them in the time. So I would do propose.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson?
That's, I think the essence is that we're being asked to make a ruling on the classification of the road. That's the simple as I can boil it down. And I don't think it's in our purview to do so. They need to get rezoning or the shopping center on the side, they would have to be rezoned, to have a driveway, and the driveway is going to be permitted on the Pleasant Road. So they would have to get it rezoned in order to put some change in use on that class 5 road. Rather than having a shopping center developer in the variance on a road classification, they would be told to get a different zone. But they're using it for something that's not as the same type of development, doesn't achieve it from me. So doesn't put the burden on us to change the classification.
And I just wanted to clarify for the record that the board is not being asked to change the classification of the road. The road is free. I believe the testimony is that the zoning administrator made an interpretation of the type of road. And so you're being asked to whether the standards are meant to bring an exception to allow the entrance to be from this residential collector. Is that how you?
Yeah, if I understand this, if it were a different class of road, that driveway would be permitted. So therefore, we are being asked to make a ruling on the classification of the road. Because we cannot allow this driveway on this road, is that correct?
So in every variance request, we're looking at, this is what the ordinance states. This is the type of road that we're looking at being asked to make an exception to that requirement. Based on if that additional hardship or their negligence, etc. I also know, remind the part, and there's been a lot of testimony about the use of this property, the way there's a lot of opinion, but also remind the part that this is a permitted use under zoning, but this is a permitted use, so I encourage you to for factors, keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think one way of looking at it is, combined with the concepts is that, if you look at the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance, one of the requirements is that it be on certain classified road. So as we're looking at this road that doesn't meet that, does the entrance and the variance that we're considering still be safety, the spirit, purpose, and intent, thinking about the safety of that road, and in spirit, purpose, and intent of the writing and the policy to keep it on a class 5 road, does our variance, would a variance be consistent with the purpose of creating that in the or the zoning ordinance as a whole?
And there already is an entrance there, granted it's a farm road, and there's an entrance already on that street that accesses the property. Mr. Shea, do you have comments?
Oh, well said.
Looking at the 4 items that we have to cover, does it result from a hardship from the strict application of the ordinance, an unnecessary hardship? We've heard from a lot of people about road traffic, about possible development along the road, and I understand that we're in an area that is suffering the same under road and overdevelopment, but it's not something that we need to apply for this particular. We can't predict the future and say we're going to make this ordinance based on what's coming in the future. Is it a hardship that results from conditions that are contributed to the property, its location, its size, its environment? I would say that the NCTOT made this a hardship peculiar to the property when they said that they could not put it on Pleasant Grove Road because of its proximity to already established developments and driveways. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant. And the variance is consistent with the spirit and purpose and intent of zoning ordinance. I understand your pleas and worries of neighborhoods. But I would also say that you knew that this property was there when you purchased your property. And as Mr. Solomon pointed out, this is a by right decision for the property owners, and staff had a little wiggle room when this was, the zoning ordinance was requested. So any other comments from the board?
So I would just add, I think that, that in looking at the specific requirements for allowing a, CID in a residential area, it feels like they meet every one of those, and they do not meet the letter of, the law on this one particular piece. But that's the variance process, that one small variance, still meets the, intent, spirit, and purpose, then it will, it's a approvable variance.
Any other discussion or comment from the board? Is there a motion to approve the conditions or deny the request? All right, Ms. Sun has made a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Williamson, second.
All right, we will now go into a roll call vote. This is motion has been made to deny the variance request. Ms. Sun?
Sun's good night.
Mr. Williamson?
Williamson.
Mr. Shea?
Deny.
Mr. Ford?
Or
Drive approved. So there,
So just for clarification, just to approve from Mr. Court, Mr. Travman would be considered no vote.
yes. So the application for a variance has been denied. And now we have to look at the final facts and amend those. Just under the conclusions of law, under. I'm gonna need some help. Here we go.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
perhaps we look to the board members voted against, the variance for resistance.
Okay, Mr. J. Williamson or Ms. Sun Where do you see that we need to change finding facts?
Number one, necessary hardship or result from strict application.
Well, it says that unnecessary hardships would result from strict application of the ordinance. So you want to change it to unnecessary hardship would not result?
Either or either it's a land swap.
Mr. Shady, you agree with that? Mr. Williamson?
Agreed.
So the conclusions of law, unnecessary hardships would not result. Number two, the hardship.
Same road.
Number 11, Marcus, number 11. Okay.
While the land development plan was submitted meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance, I don't think that's true. It does not meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance. It does not meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, but because of the driveway on the class 5 street.
Okay. So that's not meeting requirements of the zoning ordinance, the property. Well, I'm reading the second part. Really? And give the cat while land development plan that was submitted does not meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance. Can we stop it there? Or
We may go on and say the cause is we did not approve a driveway permit or but road.
all right, the land development plan that was submitted does not meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Because the project was denied.
Because the project
A driveway permit to
was denied. NC DOT approved driveway permit for the weekend road access
on Pleasant Road.
on Pleasant Road Road.
And should he still has some things repeat? He had
While the land development plan that was submitted, it does not meet the requirements of the zoning. Because the project was
Denied NC DOT approved driveway permit.
for vehicular access on Pleasant Grove Road.
because the project was denied by.
No, but not by, just was denied.
A driveway permit for Pleasant Grove Road. On the Pleasant Road.
Okay.
In my opinion, if that driveway were permitted, he would be.
Continue 16. As we are. Sixteen is we're taking Kelly Road project out of the equation, so it doesn't matter. And I looked carefully at conclusions of law, so we say number one, unnecessary hardships would not result in the student application of the ordinance. The hardship does or does not reflect issues that are reviewed in property. Let's say does not. The hardship.
And
I'm sorry, what's
I'm not sure, I think it's from on board, that you don't, as you're denying the variance, you don't have to find that every one of those.
Oh,
You
okay.
can find that, for example, their hardship is not result from actions taken by the applicant, but if any one of those other ones are not met, you can still, so you agree that you're not obligated to turn all of these into a negative.
So do we want to leave for number two, that hardship does not result, or do we want to leave it does result? It's not.
There's a finding of fact in here about the peculiar shape of the property.
So we should leave it down?
I would leave, I mean,
out of the opinion, I don't think it's the condition. NCDOT not correcting the driveway. All of it is proximity to an intersection. It's peculiar. That's very common in real estate development, as it's been what I've seen.
So how should it read? Hardship does not result, is that what one says?
I think it.
But it doesn't result in actions taken by the applicant either. Instead.
Saying that they're not peculiar to the property.
Right, so we're saying hardship does not result from conditions that are removed.
so number 6, the combined parcel on which the proposed land will located create a project area that is irregular for condition. So want to strike that or reword that?
No, it's it is there, it's in the original shape, that's okay. Ms. Cindy, you say anything else that needs to be?
Nope.
Mr. Shea? Cover it all?
Without completing the bottom of the fourth.
So the requested variance then Lewis is not consistent? Okay, so let's review for the conclusions of law, we're saying unnecessary hardships would not result from the student application of the The hardship does not result from conditions that are peculiar to the property. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. And the requested variance is not consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intentions of the ordinance. Is that? Okay. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the, finding of fact and conclusions of law as amended?
Some motion to.
Soon. Do we hear a second?
Williamson seconds.
Okay. Right now, we'll go to a roll call vote. Ms. Sun? Yes. Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Mr. Shea? Mr. Court?
No.
Drawing no. But finding of acts are approved in the 3-2 vote. Thank you all for your participation and your patience with us this morning. The board will now take a 30-minute lunch break, as it is with the 10 minutes to 1, and we will resume at about 1:25 to hear the last 3 cases. Thank you very much.
Chair Wilson, we do have a revision on the agenda, case 2023-038. We do have opposition today, so we will relocate that to the top. So we do have a revised lineup for the recommendation agenda, case 2023-038. There is opposition here, so we will relocate that to the top of the regular agenda.
Okay. So, 38,
Yes, sir.
and what was the other one?
That's the only one.
And that's.
Yes, sir. We're removing it. It is staff recommended item, but due to the opposition, we are removing it to the regular agenda item.
Sure.
Okay, I think we have, everybody here that we need to have here as far as, city staff. Lisa, you can go ahead and start with, case number, yes.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. So again, just want to bring you the next order. My name is Douglas Wilson. I am the chair of the now UDO board. And with us again today, we have Deborah Triding, son Kevin Shea, Hamilton Court. We also have our alternates, Marshall Williamson. Just want to acknowledge that he's here, and I think Jonathan Williams is still here, right? Somewhere on the premises. I don't believe I have to go through the whole speech. So already knows that. So again, thank you all for it's been a long day so far. So with that said, our next case will be, yes, will be case number 2023047. I was about to call you Cynthia, I'm sorry, because I saw Cynthia with right there. I'm sorry, we see you.
All right. This is a private stable separation variance. The applicant is requesting a zoning ordinance variance for 36 feet from a required 100-foot lot line separation to reconstruct an existing lot. And I'll give you a minute for those of your comments. You just said
For the findings or for the applications?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, so you see with your presentation.
Exhibit 1 is an assembly map. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map. The property is R3 single family. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map. So the property starts out here on Marvin Road. Exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 5 is background. There's an existing horse barn on our property that was constructed in 1987. That's an aging one. Exhibit number 6 is the variance request. A private stable is permitted on the property subject to prescribed conditions, including that any structure for animals is at least 100 feet off any lot line. The existing horse barn is located up to 64 feet from the side lot line. The applicant states the existing barn is deteriorating and wants to replace it and is requesting a 36-foot variance from the 100-foot spacing requirement. Exhibit number 7 is the standards for granting a variance, and all must be met. I've already read them a few times for other cases. Exhibit number 8 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. The barn was constructed in 1987 and is not compliant with ordinance spacing requirements. The spacing requirements would prevent the barn from being reconstructed. The hardship is peculiar to the property, which is 3 acres, but it's narrow and approximately 179 feet in width. So that would be insufficient to locate a barn in compliance with the 100-foot spacing requirement. Exhibit number 9 is considerations. The requested variance is consistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance because the barn has been on the property for 36 years. The applicant states the structure is in disrepair and needs to be rebuilt. Exhibit number 10 is considerations. The requested variance will not be easy to detect. The property line to the south is heavily wooded, and the closest structure is a woodworking shed. The property to the north has an 8-foot rock wall and mature trees, and there's also a barn. And exhibit number 11 is the photo. This is the mailbox, and the property actually goes out to it. And that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay. There are any questions?
I make a motion to approve this variance request.
Okay. Second motion been made to approve the variance request by Mrs. Dryden. Is there a second? Sure, second. Second by Mr. Shea. We move to a roll call vote. Mr. Shea.
Yes.
Mr. Corey.
Or yes.
Mr. Dryden.
Dryden, yes.
Son.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Now we will review the finding facts and conclusions of law.
Move to approve finding of fact, conclusions of law.
Motion been moved to approve the finding facts and conclusions of law by Mr. Court. Is there a second?
Dryden, second.
It has been seconded by Ms. Dryden. Now we move to a roll call vote. Ms. Dryden.
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Court.
Or yes.
Mr. Shea. Ms. Sun.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. So that concludes case number 2023-047. Our next case on the recommendation agenda is case number 2023-052.
This case is a residential front setback and watershed buffer variance. The applicant is requesting 2 UPO variances, construct a new single-family residence. A 15-foot variance from the required 30-foot front setback, and a 15-foot variance from the 50-foot watershed overlay. I'll give you a minute to study.
I have to wait a minute for the commission to speak.
Everybody's gonna get this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else here for 2023-052?
All right, so you may see.
Exhibit number 1 is the vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is the zoning map of the property. The zoning is N1C, neighborhood 1, and the property is located in the Lower Lake watershed overlay grid. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. And exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map. And this overlaid area is the big watershed buffer. Exhibit number 5 is background. There's a manufactured home on the property that predates current zoning requirements, and it can be seen in 1978 aerial photos. So you kind of see the haze outline right here. Manufactured homes are not permitted in the N1C zoning district, and the use is non-conforming. The recorded plat for the property shows the front setback is 30 feet. This supersedes the required front setback of 10 feet. It have a 30-foot front setback. Exhibit 6 is the variance request. The applicant would like to redevelop the property with a single-family home. He is requesting 2 variants. A 15-foot variance from the 30-foot front setback, 15-foot variance from the 50-foot watershed. The watershed buffer is the erosion line back here to that property. The existing house footprint and then with those house footprint. Approaching that watershed buffer. Exhibit number 7 is the variance criteria and almost see that. Exhibit 8 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. The lot was subdivided in 1976 prior to the watershed buffer regulations. Lots made a road and raised the depth from 103 to 61 feet. So when the required buffer is set for a coastal property, permitted building depth ranges from 22 feet in the open lot. The watershed buffer creates an irregular line across the rear of the property. The variance would allow building depth up to about 3 feet, which is consistent with other homes in the area. You see the other homes arranging 40 to 100. Exhibit number 9 is consideration. The applicant purchased the property in 2017 in its current condition. The applicant has obtained a mitigation plan for buffer disturbance by Charlotte McMurray Stormwater Services. The proposed buffer encroachment is less than the existing encroachment, which increases conformity of the property. Replacing a manufactured home which is not permitted in the district with a single-family home that is permitted in the district also increases conformity. And that's the end of my presentation. Questions?
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions for Lisa on board?
Lisa, can you tell me the sewer system, is it septic or city?
I'm not aware of which is.
And you say that the stormwater services has already looked at this?
Correct. And they've approved a mitigation plan for property, so down in the lower right is the mitigation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve or deny the variance?
Chair, let me confirm, make sure there's no opposition here for the case.
All right, I make the motion to approve the variance.
Okay, motion been made to approve the variance by Mr. Dryden. Is there a second?
Or second.
Okay, second was made by Mr. Court. Now we move to a roll call vote. Mr. Court?
Or yes.
Mr. Shea? Yes. Mr. Dryden?
Dryden, yes.
Son?
Sons.
Wilson, yes. Okay, now we'll review the finding facts and conclusions of law.
I make a motion to approve the finding of facts and conditions of law as written.
A motion's been made by Ms. Stryder to approve the findings, facts, and conclusions of law as written. Is there a second?
Second.
Second was made by Mr. Porter. Now we will move to a roll call. Mr. Porter. Mr. Shea. Mr. Ryder.
Dryden, yes.
Ms. Sons. Wilson, yes. So that concludes case number 202347. Did we do case that, application from 202052, correct?
That's correct. 052 was the most recent case you just voted on.
Okay, got it, all right. So, yeah, isn't there, maybe it's already done in case number 2023-050, to be covered that, because that's one recommendation agenda too. Has that been already?
Would be first on the regular agenda?
Yeah, that's right.
So, yeah.
We're pushing.
What about the one 2023039? Wasn't that on the recommended?
No, man, that was removed off there. I did. Was that Charlotte?
Shuffled everything. Oh, got it.
Okay, all right.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, I'm apologies about that.
The next case is a new accessory dwelling unit side setback variance. The applicant is requesting a new 5-foot variance for a required 5-foot side setback for an existing unit.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, we see, may proceed with the presentation.
One is the vicinity map. Exhibit number 2 is the zoning map. The zoning is N1B, neighborhood 1. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map. And exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map. Exhibit number 5 is background. There's a 1935 home on the property and garage, and the year of construction was not determined. Exhibit number 6 is background. A survey was commissioned this year for the sale of the home and shows that the garage is located 1.5 feet from the side property line. The ordinance requires the garage to be a minimum of 3 feet off the property line. Because legal non-conforming status could not be determined, an administrative deviation request was made to remedy the encroachment. And that provision in the zoning ordinance that allows up to a 2-foot deviation from the requirement. The administrative deviation request was denied with neighbor opposition, so the encroachment now requires a variance for compliance. And working with the applicant, it was determined that the second floor of the garage structure is occasionally used for unit habitation, and that would meet the definition of a dwelling and be considered an ADU. The required side setback for an ADU is 5 feet, So in order to come into compliance, the applicant is requesting a 3.5-foot variance from the 5-foot side setback for an ADU. Exhibit 7 is the standards for granting a variance, and all must be met. Exhibit number 8 is considerations. Staff supports the requested variance. The applicant states compliance with the UDO would require significant structural alterations or demolishing the structure. The hardship results from property conditions because of the large mature tree on the left side of the ADU. The applicant provided an arborist letter stating that relocation of the ADU would compromise the root system of 3 mature trees on the property and may result in death of the trees. Exhibit number 9 is considerations. The applicants were not aware of the encroachment until they had the property surveyed in 2023. The variance is consistent with the intent of the UDO and there are no public safety issues. The applicant states there are no windows on the side of the ADU that encroach into the side setback, and their screen is provided by a fence in that corner. And exhibit number 10 is a photo of the property, and that's the end of my presentation.
I know that there is opposition here. I just want to make sure that the board has any questions, please, before we move.
Lisa, was the, request for the standards of administrative deviation denied just because there was opposition? Otherwise, we would have approved that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, is the, person opposition here?
Yes, Chair. The applicant and the opposition is both here to speak.
Okay. You know, they can come to the table here and people swear you.
And then it's one of these made.
Next one is on.
You can just ask them if they were.
Were you guys, excuse me, guys, were you, sworn in earlier this morning by chance? Okay, so for the record, could you please state your name and address for the court?
Yes, this is Ruth, and I'm Susan Rufus, RUA
Okay.
Two.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand? Great. Okay, you may proceed with your presentation.
Terry, you can have the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a presentation, the applicant, the applicant.
And just let me know, I'll cycle it through for the next.
We'll go to the next page. And so, so this is not our house. The white fence is our house, and we didn't have it for the fence, and that there was an issue with the because there's a sewer line from that 2-story garage with the roof on it that comes out towards the driveway. So we tried to put a fence on the property line, put a fence or a driveway on the property line. But we found out quickly that we couldn't do that. And that was the first time that we were like, something's wrong with the sewer line on the property line. And so we're in a setback. Our fence is in a setback. And so if you go to the next page, you'll see, I just want to give an idea of what it will look like upstairs. This is a nice place where you could rent it out, actually. It's a living room. It's not simply a shed. And when we were first told by the zoning board that there was a variance issue, we were told it was a 3-foot variance because they were obviously 1.5. But I went back to Terry and I said, gosh, it's such a huge 2-story structure. It's large. And there's people that come in and out of it, at least in the past. Now, it was just recently changed hands, and that's how we knew that there was a bigger issue than we expected. And so that's when we found out that it was it needed to be in a minimum 5-foot setback. And lots are small there, every inch counts. So the structure is over by 3 inches, and it's a big deal, guys. If you go to the next page, I don't see what you were talking about earlier, saying that there's some kind of vegetation or framing, screens was the word. This is a view from our property looking at the 2-story structure. Now, the measurements was done to the side of the structure. That roof line hangs over, so it's really more than a 3.5-foot variance. They actually need more. If we were to put a structure in the same kind of location that was done with our neighbors, our roof lines would touch. It's so close. There's a staircase that overlooks our backyard. It's like someone breathing down on us. And when there are people that use that living quarters to buy, you know how nice it is. Got people smoking cigars, you got people hanging out on the back. It kind of just, it's like a bear that overlooks our backyard, and this is our privacy. There is no street. Bottom line, and you can go to the next page, is these are the reasons why we push back. We feel like it's so close to us. The staircase to the second level that you saw is just, that is something that could be. It just feels like it's over our property. And anyway, we just want it to, we just want someone to know, just so that our voices are heard. We just don't like it just being so close to our property. That's scary, especially. So, and we would love some extra space. That would be awesome. Thank you.
Does anybody from the board have questions?
So in the, briefly, to the side setback, Mark's part, I think that change. Every accessory building you ever do is 3 feet. I've never heard, I never find that.
So that's for the ADU.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's for the ADU requires one updating these, open code, previous codes.
Right.
And for the prior coverage, yeah.
So talk to me about, you said there's a sewer line, so the sewer line is actually on your property or is it on their property?
It's on their property.
It's on the property.
The line's up right next to the foundation of the garage.
Thank you.
Have you talked about or asked for some particular screening?
No, this is all new to us. This just changed hands like a couple of months ago. So this is brand new information. As a month ago, I thought we were talking about a 3-foot setback. Now we're talking about a 5-foot setback. So all of this is relatively new to us. It's always been an eyesore and a problem, but I didn't realize to the extent of it until the house next door, 336, was just sold.
My question is, have you thought about screening that would satisfy you? Blocking that view?
Yeah, we know where the line was, and now we have an indication of where the line is, but there's not much room. I mean, it's 12 inches on the other side of that 2-story building. So yeah, we could put something there, that would be great, but it's the staircase that just kind of, when people are on that staircase, it just feels like a lot. And that staircase after the picture.
Any other questions? The applicant is here?
Applicant is here.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we will, hear from the applicant. And, I would have to also, swear you in as well. So, if you want to please come in, to this table here. And, use the podium if you like. Okay, just for the record, could you please state your name and address?
John Kimball, Kendall, 336 Granville Avenue.
Okay, and, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the matter at hand? Thank you very much. You may start your presentation.
Thank you. Okay, if you will look to the next slide. Just again, we're requesting the 5 foot, the 3.5 foot variance from the 5 foot setback for an ADU. And I just have a few points. My presentation will be fairly brief. If we go to the next slide, just some of these key facts to put out there. Again, the applicant, property owner, my wife and I, we discovered this detached garage. It does have an apartment in the upstairs that doesn't have a kitchen. It has a bathroom. You saw a picture, but no kitchen. And we discovered on that survey that we had a 1.5 foot side yard on the survey before we purchased the property on April the 11th. We needed to close with a newborn arriving. We had 3 kids under the age of 5. The following month, our son was born. And the previous owner requested the administrative deviation on our behalf, hoping to get that resolved before closing. That did not occur because of the objection from the next door neighbor. Although in Lisa's presentation, it did not say, we couldn't determine the exact date of when the garage was constructed. But the aerial photography that in our pre-meeting that we saw showed that that structure existed before the year 2000. So it's more than 20 years old. The neighbors that are objecting, I would make it a point that they purchased the property in 2015 in full view of this garage. And apparently that's not an issue for them when they purchased their property. So I think that's a very important point, that this has been in place for more than 20 years. And the people that are opposing this, in my opinion, something that is not that much of a variance. They have been living there and purchased their property over 15 years after this garage was built. I would also, the point of mistake, I would say is that this garage sits adjacent to an open area of their backyard, which is the largest backyard on the street. If we went back to we don't have to go back to it, but if you look on the map of the property, their backyard is clearly by almost double the size of everybody else's backyard. Again, no windows that look into that backyard. There is a fence and there is a magnolia tree. The only place where you can see into their backyard is if somebody was exiting or entering the upstairs. I would also point out, before I go to the next page, that in the process of the administrative deviation, I did attempt to work with the neighbors to get them to withdraw their objection, including agreeing, because their main concern to me was that they were worried about us renting out. I promised them that I was not going to rent out. If they wanted to agree with the subject, I would have agreed to that. And we told them so, they would withdraw their objection, which they said they wanted to come here today. So that's why we're here. If you go to the next slide. Number 7, the garage cannot be moved due to location beside a very large oak tree. I have some pictures we'll go to at the end that shows that. I have a certified arborist letter that should be in your packet that shows that tree with, if you did significant foundation work with the garage, it would kill that tree or significantly damage it. And our backyard has 2 similar willow oaks on the other side of the property that have extensive root systems throughout the backyard that would not allow for the relocation of the garage. This garage does make an excellent grandmother suite, which we have used on occasion in the couple months we've lived there so far. And that is our only intention, is to use it for family members. There's no intent for rent. And I've already said about the fact that we have no intention to do that. Lastly, I do not see how the neighborhood is damaged in this particular case. Nothing has changed from when they purchased the property in 2015 to today. And, I do not see any damage or any impact. And I think substantial justice is achieved by granting this variance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to have questions for that? Questions before one?
I don't have any questions.
Jill, do we need to allow a bar? One meeting?
Generally, those not to the. So we're kind of a little bit out for residential, that's construction.
Okay. Now the board will move into deliberations. Just for the record, we housekeeping notes here. Boards and deliberations, both parties, the applicant and opposition, cannot address the board. And board members, as you know, if you have questions for the applicant or the opposition staff while we are in deliberation, you have to move on to deliberations and come back into it. So that said, we'll start deliberation. And so any board members that would like to start, you're more than free to go ahead and present your reasons for denying or
So I think that the project, for the particular case, is, aligned with all the, standards for variance. When I look at the purpose and intent, particularly the purpose and intent of the new UDO as it differs from previous ones that, talk about, diversity of housing choices, I think this one, meets the spirit and intent of the UDO.
Thank you, Mr. Court. Any other thoughts from board members?
I understand the mayor's concern, but I also agree that if this house, your house was purchased in 2015 and this is now 2023, that the staircase and all of that was there prior to you buying your house, that could have been addressed or I do believe, as Mr. Ford has said, that this meets all the, would be an unnecessary hardship because if you deny this, you're going to tear the dwelling down, which would irreparably damage trees. And we just heard from the tree ordinance that now you have to get permission to take trees down. And it could be costly for the homeowner to do that. I understand your difficulty with it being so close to your property line, and I would like to see you come to some agreement with your neighbors about some kind of screening, if that's what you desire. But I agree that this case does meet all of the criteria you set forward.
Okay, Mr. Shea, you have anything to add?
Echo those comments. I think New Myers Park is a pretty tight place, and that seems willing to work it out. I hope you guys can work it out. There's 3 kids or so. I'm 5. It's going to be lots of areas for crossover and all kinds of conflicts. So I just hope it works out. But this is kind of something that's slammed dunk in my mind.
Ms. Sun?
I would echo all the comments before, and I hope that the 2 parties can work out mutually agreeable.
Yeah, I also agree with my colleagues as well. I think that that, hopefully both parties can, try to, work this out. But I don't see any reason deny this variance.
I make a motion to approve.
Or second?
So that we're out of the deliberations can now, be just, open to, go in your mind. So motion's been made to approve the variance by Mr. Shea, and it was seconded by Mr. Court. Now we move to a roll call vote. Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Mr. Court?
Or yes.
Mr. Wright?
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Sun?
So yes.
Wilson, yes. And that concludes, that case, of course, we will now review the finding of facts and conclusions of law.
I make a motion to accept the finding of facts and conclusions of law as written.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
A motion was made to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law by Mr. Dryden and seconded by Mr. Court. Now we move into a roll call vote. Mr. Court?
Or yes.
Mr. Shea? There you go. Mr. Dryden?
Dryden, yes.
Ms. Sun?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Continuing with the regular agenda, our next case for this afternoon is 23-050. And Terry, there is not this way.
Is there anyone here in opposition? Case 2023-050? No, Chair. David, do you wish to continue to that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And Mr. Murray, I would say that you were sworn in earlier today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
For advertising variance. The applicant is requesting a zoning ordinance 242-foot variance from a required 400-foot spacing for electronic billboard to a residential district. And I'll give you a minute to look.
Okay, Lisa, you may proceed.
All right, exhibit number 1 is the vicinity map of the property. Exhibit number 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned I-1 CD, which is light industrial conditional district. Exhibit number 3 is an aerial map of the property. Exhibit number 4 is a close-up aerial map. Exhibit number 5 is background. There's a conditional rezoning plan for the property that was approved in 1992. It has 2 notes regarding signage, allowing 2 monument signs and allowing signage in accordance with the applicable zoning ordinance standards. Exhibit 6 is the variance request. The applicant would like to place an electronic changeable base outdoor advertising sign, which is also known as a billboard on the property. The ordinance requires a minimum spacing of 400 feet between electronic billboards and residential districts. The applicant is requesting a 242-foot variance from the 400-foot spacing requirement to permit the installation of the electronic billboard. The distances to the 3 adjacent properties shown on the survey. Exhibit number 7 is standards for granting the variance, and all must be met. Exhibit number 8 is considerations. The hardship results from the desire to locate a billboard on the property, and the property can be developed for the 1992 rezoning plan. The hardship doesn't result from conditions peculiar to the property, as the proposed billboard located within 400 feet of residential property to the north, east, and west. To the east is ball fields on properties owned by R3 single family. The city's Charlotte Future 2040 policy map, adopted by the City Council in March 2022, that was effective at the time of the variance submittal, is a companion to the comprehensive plan, and it informs the type and intensity of development that's appropriate throughout the city and is used in multiple decision-making processes such as zoning decisions. The property with the ball fields to the east is identified on the Charlotte Future 2020 policy map as the N1 place type. To the north is a church use zone R3 single family and identified as the N1 place type. And to the west is a single family use zone R3 single family and identified as manufacturing and logistics place type. Exhibit 9 is consideration. The hardship results from the desire to place the billboard on the property. The requested variance is not consistent with the intent of the ordinance. The approved conditional zoning plan shows a 15-foot wide row of plantings in the side yard between I-85 and the proposed building location. The 15-foot wide row of plantings were required to screen the service and loading area. All the development shown on the plan hasn't taken place, but there is existing trees in the proposed billboard area that are currently screening large trucks and equipment by I-85, and you can see it in an aerial on the next slide. Exhibit number 10 is considerations. Urban forestry is not in support of the variance. For the tree ordinance in effect at the time of the rezoning, many protected trees have to be removed to allow the billboard. The ordinance required no trees larger than a certain size to be removed from the tree protection zone. Once the billboard is placed, many of the existing trees that are currently protected could be removed. Exhibit number 11 is considerations. The applicant stated in an email the requested variance is similar to two past variances. Staff finds that the past variances are different from the current request. The first one was a 2014 billboard variance for a property located entirely within a railroad right-of-way. So you can see it in the hatched area. The railroad gave permission to locate a billboard on the property that could not be used otherwise. Due to the proximity of the airport, the city owned all the residential property within 400 feet, and it was not going to be developed for residential use. The future land use plan applicable to the property at the time designated the residential property within 400 feet as office industrial. Exhibit 12 is consideration. The other past variance that staff finds is different is a billboard request from 2008. The location of the proposed billboard separated from residential property within 400 feet by a swim buffer, utility rights of way, and Interstate 77. So the proposed billboard location is on one side of the highway and the residential is on the other side. And exhibit 13 is photos of the property. And this is the area where the proposed building would go along I-85. And then these are photos from Tennessee. And that's the end of our presentation.
Thanks, Lisa. You actually answered one question I was about to ask you about the airport process and restrictions. Everybody answered my question. I think Mr. Court has a question for you.
You made a comment about urban forestry. We found in the support that there were certain trees that could be cut prior to the billboard install, and then once the billboard was installed, additional trees could be removed. Is that North Carolina law supersedes the local zoning ordinance when billboards are installed?
Yes, that's NC statute 136, statute 133, and it regards outdoor advertising, vegetation, cutting, and removal.
That's not, okay, thanks. Basically, I don't know if I can speak to the law, but as I understand it, is North Carolina law, but the legislature has passed it so that if you have a billboard, you're allowed to remove trees regardless of the billboard to maintain the view.
Yeah, sure. You should say you have a question, but that's.
I don't have any questions.
Sons. Okay, so, there are no questions from staff. Mr. Murray, do you have a presentation?
Thanks. Sorry, I see.
Yeah. Okay, my apologies.
This is back to the, area that shows the neighboring farms.
Yes. This one,
Big one, the first one. It shows the baseball field. Okay, we're done. All right, so on the red star, where do we see?
yeah, so this is the subject property.
So this sort of residential properties, so forget the zoning. Forget the zoning for that. Is there a house someplace nearby?
Over here,
There's a house over there
yeah.
on 85, that's the closest one.
Yes.
All right, across the church straight north or straight,
The church.
and what's the way of that side street?
Single family.
Thank you.
Lisa, where on this, can you kind of put your pointer where they want to put the signs?
It's really in this area.
Or where the star is?
Sites in it. So here's the Billboard area. So roughly it seems like it would be about here.
Any other questions for staff before, here, Mr. Murray's and his presentation? Okay, Sir, for the floor is yours.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Carter right now. So, great.
Just before you start, is your client going to speak at all, or is he just, or you speak?
Yeah, Mr. Kyle Brown is here with me, and also Mark Dobbs, who, so they can go.
Okay,
And Mark Fowler's actually here too, so he can respond.
I just wanted to know if they were going to speak at all, I would have to swear them in.
Yes, we're not supposed to swear.
Okay, so, before your attorney starts, I would like to swear you in case you do want to give some feedback or comment. So if you don't mind, for the time being, if you want to say, go ahead and come up to this table and be sworn in, and then after that, Mr. Murray starts the presentation. Okay, all right, so, for the record, for the court reporter, please state your, name and address.
Mark Dobbs, and that's 64 Bowling Colorado.
Okay.
Brown, BROWN 30, Charlotte 28278.
And I'm Mark Fowler, I'm the code enforcement supervisor for the city of Chicago.
Okay. And may you, swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, but the truth in matter in? All right, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, members of the board. Again, to reintroduce myself, David Murray, attorney here in Charlotte, and I'm representing Mr. Brown on this variance. I have prepared a presentation. Terry, am I still asking you?
Yes, sir.
Presentation. This first exhibit is a bird's eye view of the site. That is not a billboard existing. That's the NCDOT Amber Alert that's located adjacent to this property. So this would not be proposing an additional one, this would be proposing a new one. And it would not in any way, Mr. Dodds can confirm, interfere or block the Amber Alert system that's on 85. Next. And so we're requesting a spacing variance to allow an electronic billboard to be installed on an industrial property. It's located next to I-85. It's within 400 feet of a residential district. but there is no residential active use or structure within 450 feet of this property. On top of that, the recent rezoning and land use trends in this area are not for residential. And there's two primary reasons for that. Number one, we're right next to 85. And number two, we're in the airport direct flight path of the center runway for Charlotte Douglas Airport. And so when you look at and I'll go through this in depth, when you look at the land use trends, look at what has been approved in the past, you will see that residential is not what this area is used for. This is an industrial area. And so granting the variance, yes, it would allow a billboard within 400 feet of a residential district, but those districts are not used as residential. And so we request that variance be granted. Next slide. So why is this necessary? Again, the districts that are adjacent to us that are zoned residential, either one, are not used for residential or will be used for residential, or number two, if they are used for residential, the land use usually states that it should be used for something other than residential. Next slide. This is table 13-5, which is the section that talks about residential district. So the standard is residential district, not residential use. If it was residential use, we wouldn't be here. Next slide. This is an aerial property. It's about 4.688 acres. It's located at flyover of CG. So 85 is above grade of the residential property that would be to the west of this. We have some pictures where you can see that. So the north is a church that's been there for 70 years. To the east are ball fields, which are actually recently constructed. And Queens College was involved in that. It's preservation, use of some historic ball fields that they've improved for youth sports. Next. Oh, and one thing, if you can go back to the next. This area up here with the residential houses is over 400 feet away. So it's not relevant to the determination here in this case. Next slide. District property in 1992 was rezoned to I-1 CD. It was never fully redeveloped, and so it's remained a bit underutilized. The CZO, Charlotte was went into effect in 1992. And at the time, it was subject to the Northwest Area Plan, the West Side Strategic Plan. The Northwest Area Plan was 1991, West Side Strategic Plan was 2000. And so that really governed the development of the surrounding area. And you'll see that in the next slide. This is a 1992 aerial. It actually doesn't look that much different because the church has been there for 70 years. The little house that has been squeezed. The biggest thing here is in 2018, there was a redevelopment that took out all of the residential houses that were across the street. And if you drive by there now, it's big warehouses, and there's warehouses here. Again, this is directly north of the runway. Amazon is grabbing every single thing they can find up there and build warehouses. That's the trend in this area, it's warehouses. And as you'll see in some of the recent areas, major rezoning in 2018 in that area. Next slide. So this was the approved rezoning plan in 1992. Billboard will be beyond this 15-foot planting buffer in here. It will not be in it. And one of the issues that we have here, and we'd love to have it closer to 85, is that Interstate 85 has a 175-foot transitional setback. And so that pushes us further inside for any uses. And so that's basically a reservation that when the DOT wants to widen Interstate 85 in the future, they already have their reserved right of way, and it doesn't impact any development next to us. So that's a bit of a limitation on the site, just simply by being next to 85 is part of the home into the site. Next slide, please. So this slide, no limitation on billboards. These are from the site plan itself. And one thing that's very important about this rezoning was what I call a negative. It's not like a negative way. The limitation on uses are only what are listed. Everything else is allowed. And so when you do a rezoning, there's two ways you can do it. You can say, I'm only doing this rezoning for these specific uses and everything else is disallowed. Or you're doing the rezoning for all uses and city council and zoning staff come back to you and say, we don't want to see these uses. Well, these are the uses that aren't allowed, and billboards are not in those uses. And on top of that, the rezone plan itself states signage shall be permitted in accordance with applicable standards. So there is no limitation on billboards, and so there's nothing prohibiting billboards from being on this site. Next slide, please. History surrounding uses. There was the baseball fields to the east, like I noted, but the big baseball field had not been built yet. And the industrial uses had not been built in 1992. Churches had already been there. The residential, as I noted, the closest houses, except for the one that's held out, I'm sure that's where there is, but all the rest of the residential to the north that would have been was cleared out by the rezoning in 2018. Next slide. So this is the overlay, the land use plan that really governed this area up until the UDO, which again, this is zoning ordinance variance and UDO variance. But the Northwest District Plan and the West Side Strategic Plan, as you can see here, called for industrial. This was mix of, let's see, dark purple was office industrial. This area where we are was light industrial office business. Across the street was institutional, and this area was residential, but that's beyond 400 feet of where we're located. So on the plans that have governed the development since 1991 in this area, those plans did not call for residential in this area. Next slide. What I did here was just note that although they didn't call for residential, when you have a church is an institutional use, but it's allowed in R3. So there's no need to have a rezoning. So the district stayed even though the use was not actually residential. The same thing that happened adjacent next door, it's zoned R3, use was for ball fields, recreational, institutional use. The big rezoning that took place across the street is I-1CD, same as I-1CD here. And then you have the holdout, it's R3 across the street, although every land use plan that's ever been shown by the city shows those. Which is logical because it's, and I'll show you pictures, it's below grade from 85 and it's squeezed out by industry. Next slide, please. This is just showing the actual uses, industrial, institutional, recreational. Like I said, Queens College is involved in this, next door over here, the ball fields. And then residential is across the street. So this structure will be the closest residential structure, and as you can see in future maps that I'll show you here in a minute, it's over 450 feet away. If you apply setbacks, it doesn't help. because they're the future type of CG right of way for redevelopment of this site would require right of way in the front, plus then you put a setback on top of that. The other thing too is redevelopment of the site would be nearly killed, except for this existing use, because it'd have to be a variance, because I-85 has a transitional setback that covers that whole road. So there are zoning restrictions that are brutal on that site, and so this person's held out. Now, I'm sure the industrial zoning probably came to them and want to acquire the property, but they want to keep it. And so if you drive out there today, there's lots of cars parked on that property. I'm not sure if anyone lives there, but it is a house. Next slide. So the 2040 plan map is really interesting. Staff refers to this because we have an I-2 CD zone property, but it's shown as single-family residential, which doesn't make any sense except for the fact that the 2040 plan doesn't factor in conditional zoning districts. It doesn't have small area plans. And so it doesn't factor in the fact that there's an institutional use of the curb, which is what that's been used for 7 years. It doesn't factor in the ball fields here that are adjacent to 85. And so and by the way, the residential house here is industrial. So the future land use plan, the closest house that exists, that is there, is industrial. And so that's really where the crux of this comes down to is, yes, there's zoning districts that are closer to 400 feet. But what's the reasonable likelihood that they're going to be used for residential? It's not. It's not likely at all it's going to be used for residential. Next slide, please. And one of the primary reasons why it's not going to be used for residential is because it's in the direct flight path of City of Charlotte Airport. And it's subject to the noise disclosure overlay district, which is the same in the UDO as it is in the zoning ordinance. And the reason why is if you sell a house to somebody, and I've been involved with litigation for airplane overplanes with the city in the past. But when you get involved in residential, you have to advise those buyers that they're in the direct flight path and that the noise will be objectionable. And that's one way that the city tried to cover themselves. So when all those neighbors gather up and they go to the city and say, you're building a new runway, we want compensation, the city can point to them and say, well, when you bought your property, you knew there was going to be noise, so why are you coming to us and complaining? And so if you know anything about development that has occurred in 2021, 22, 20 in Charlotte, it has been gangbusters on residential development. And there's been no residential development around this property because of the airport overlay and because of being next to 85. So that negatively impacts any use of residential in this area. Next slide. And staff pointed out another variance, but the airport noise overlay has been used in the past as a basis for granting another outdoor variance. If you could go back one slide, please, Terry. Down here, I put a little blue mark, but there was a variance granted down there. And one of the reasons why all this property around here was zoned residential. Well, one of the things, and Kevin Hennessy of the city will tell you this, is the city, if you own a property south of 85 between the airport, the city will buy that property from you because they're trying to put a buffer up and protect the area around the airport because of the noise area. There's no reason to rezone a lot of these properties that the city acquires them. So here, the use was not going to be residential, but it remained residential. And so a variance was granted. They're obviously closer to the runway. We're directly like that. So, but the we're directly in the flight path of the center runway. Next slide, please. But what they pointed out in that variance was the adopted land use plan recommended office industrial for uses, the properties owned by the city is unlikely to be used for residential. And so, is it exactly the same? No, it's not exactly the same. But it shows some of the factors that the board was looking at when they were reviewing the variance. And it was also 360 foot for foot spacing. Next slide. Now, the main reason why our variance is asking for such a large area is if you look, and we'll go back to the map, but the ball fields next door, the way our lot shape is very unique. It's got an arc, and then it kind of juts in with a right angle on the back. It's a very unusual shaped piece of property. And part of that is the ball field property juts into the back of our property. And the Knot Hole Foundation owns that property. And I think it was in conjunction with Queens College that I believe that they acquired this. But that property has been owned for decades by the West Mecklenburg Optimist Club. And they acquired it in November 2018. And I went and pulled the deed, and the deed to that property contains a restriction. And that restriction states, by acceptance of this deed, grantee agrees to use the property, that the use of the property shall be restricted to baseball activities and programs for a period of 25 years from the effective date. And so that baseball field property, the closest residential district to us, one of the reasons why, primary reason why our variance is what it is restricted to ball field recreational use beyond 2040, until 2040. So there is no chance, because there's a restriction, there's no chance that there's going to be residential immediately adjacent to us. And I pointed this out to the board in the past, that Brook County Supreme Court said that restricted covenants should be considered by the land board adjustment when deciding whether to grant a variance from zoning. So yes, these are private restrictions. They're not governed by the city of Charlotte. However, they very much impact the land use on the property immediately adjacent to us. Next slide, please. And so you can see here one other factor, and this is the area where there's a flooding pipeline easement. That's why this is open, so there will be never any development there. And then our rezoning plan, we have a required 65-foot buffer along these ball fields, so there will never be a buffer. And one of the other things about ball fields is it has outdoor lighting. So they have night games. So with the tree buffer that's there, we're talking back here for the Amber Hearts just off this picture, but we're talking back here up at the top of this picture for the location of Billboard. But this is a full size baseball. This is not a junior league baseball field. This is full size baseball field. And this right here is Kyle owns the landscaping business, and so this building, these are his trucks, and so that's his current operation. Next. So this is a view from the church property. And so if we're looking from the church property towards our property, the tree buffer that remains in front of the street, you can actually see that the lights on the baseball field are visible above the tree line from the church building. And so these trees will remain, they provide a buffer. Most of the lot is wooded. And as you'll hear from Mark here shortly, this is not going to be cutting down tons of trees. In fact, Mark believes that we'll be able to do it in the open area so the trees won't be. And by the way, this was the first we heard anything today about any objections from anybody in the city Congress. We've not heard anything. We're going to see right today. Next slide. So this is a measure based upon the coordinates shown on the survey of the location of the billboard, which is going to be at the back of the tree line. And this is a measure to the actual closest residential structure. And that measure is just under 460 feet. And so this is the closest residential structure. If you can see, there's required from setback here on top of CG. So it's not like all of a sudden you're going to lose 60 feet of distance because somebody built a house right on the side of it, because it's not permitted under setback. Next slide. Just another map showing the distance, 459 feet. Next slide, please. This is a street view of the existing house. As you can see, it's below grade of 85. It's a flyover here to CG, and the monstrosity of the industrial building that looms over it next door. Next slide, please. These are views of our property from residential property across the street. These trees, we're not planning to do any removal of those. The site plan requires certain tree plantings along the front of this property anyway. But this is the view in the driveway of mailbox for looking towards this property, mature trees on the property. Next slide. I went and pulled the 2018 rezoning plan for this industrial development because I wanted to see what it had to say. I wanted to see what the city council was factoring in when they did the rezoning. And they note here, it's R3, but it's church use. They note here that we have a commercial use on I-1. This is R3 and it's residential. But it shows 30-foot setback is required. As you can see, if you carried that across this property, keeps houses back beyond the 30-foot setback. And then also there was some right-of-way dedications because the future right-of-way in CG is not 60 feet, it's 70. And so 5 feet will be acquired along the front. Next slide, please. One of the other things that was interesting about this was in 2018 120 rezoning, which was for the industrial rezoning. Staff does a hearing analysis of the city council. I thought it was really interesting that they put out in there, and I'll read, in addition, the petition proposes to remove the residential properties on this site which are not recommended in the airport noise zone. And so in support of the industrial rezoning, planning staff and council thought that the airport noise was absolutely, but not all of that was removal of residential uses for that industrial use, which is just right across the street from us. Was an important factor. One thing that what I was looking for was an explanation on that house that remained. I wanted to have some history on what was going on there with the house, and unfortunately, there was no reference to the single family house that remained in the documents. This was in the staff analysis for that rezoning. It just showed the land use map in the 2018 rezoning, which obviously the industrial and being along 85 and being north of the runway and having CG that runs directly south of the runway has a lot of impact on the development. This next slide, please. So how we got here, so the applicant applied for a billboard permit. So Mr. Mark Fowler in December 15, 2022. And the permit was actually issued February 9th, 2023. However, Mr. Fowler realized his error in rescinding the permit prior to NCDOT approval, which I believe Mr. Court, you had pointed out that once local approval given NCDOT then governs billboard uses. Next slide, please. Mr. Fowler, could you come up first, please? And this was the permit that was issued and has now since been rescinded, is that correct?
And that's the application.
Oh, application. And, Mr. Can you tell the board your, background in sign ordinance and what your role is with the signs?
So in 2009, I was I started the supervisor role over the permit center, where all the sign permits are issued. And I've been issuing, since that time, all billboard permits. Billboard permits, in relationship to other sign permits are very unique because of the intertwined regulations with the state and the city regulations. So in this particular case, after the permit was issued and I realized that an error was made, I immediately reached out to the state. And the applicant, I believe at that time, had already applied to the state, but they had not conducted their review. And therefore, they, based on my information to them of rescinding the permit, they actually canceled their process. So that was done before the state even issued a permit for this site. So we were able to basically reel it back in and bring it back for this process.
Right, and so though, nothing has been done on the site in furtherance of placing the billboard, there's.
Not my information.
And in your experience, reviewing billboard locations, building permits, do you think this is a reasonable location to place a billboard?
With everything in consideration, I think it is. And there was a question about tree removal. And so I am familiar with the state's tree removal, vegetation removal process. So the state requirements are that when a billboard permit is issued and the billboard is erected, first of all, it has to have a certain amount of visibility even from the interstate or the road that it's approved for. So it would have to be located at a site where the state believes that there would be a fair visibility of that sign. Second of all, I'm not aware of any tree removals that's needed for that based on its location. But after a permit is issued by the state based on local approval, then the property owner or the sign owner cannot request a vegetation removal for at least 2 years from the date that the state issues their permit. So anything and any vegetation removal is only in the right of way. It's not on private property. Any tree removal on private property would have to go to urban forestry.
And do you believe that a billboard is a reasonable use for the site and its location on paper?
Given its location, I think it is.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Murray, I have a question. Mr. Fowler, explain to me again why you rescinded the original permit. What red flagged you to rescind it?
So every time I get a permit application, there are several documents, including the survey. One of these survey was very hard to read. I review many of these. Vast majority of times, if not all of them, they meet all the requirements. For some reason, I don't know, it's been a while, but I made the error in issuing from that review.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. We talked obviously about the variance standards of length, and I do think it's important when we're looking at unnecessary hardship that We don't have to show that no reasonable use of the property can be made. We just show that the hardship is related to a reasonable use of the property and that the hardship is unnecessary. So what are we trying to do here? We're trying to keep 400 feet of spacing for residential structures. There's 450 feet as we said today. We see that there are restrictive covenants, the 2043. The uses along this area are trending industrial, there's airport overlays. There's all these various things that we presented before that show that the residential uses, if their structures are going to be outside 400 feet from this property. Conditions that are peculiar to the property, location is very important here for location. Do not result from actions. We haven't done anything on the property simply because we're coming to the board to ask for a variance before we do anything. It's not a self-created hardship. The courts have been very clear about that. We have to come to do this. We didn't do anything where we did this illegally. We're coming past to get out jail free. It's happening. If public safety is secured, substantial justice is achieved. There's no one here in opposition to this. And I think the reason why is, as you'll hear Kyle, there's a lot of people that are interested in the billboard on this property, including the adjacent company. Next slide, please. I just point out two things from North Carolina law, because I think they're important here. Zoning ordinances have derogation of the right of private property, and where exemptions appear in favor of the property owner, they should be liberally construed in favor of such owner. That's NCJF, the city of Charlotte, that's my appeal. That reverse the zoning board adjustment against the city. And then the stated declaration policy of the state of North Carolina, the General Assembly finds and declares that outdoor advertising is a legitimate commercial use of property adjacent to roads and highways. So this is a reasonable use of this property. Next slide, please. Here is the plan that Mark, this is zoomed in. This was actually prepared by Andy Zeitwell, who used to be on the zoning board adjustment when I first started practicing. And this is the ordinance from the Billboard, and it shows the spacing to the residential district. This is the area, this is the reason why our variance is asking for the distance that it is because of the unique property shape on the residential property next door here. That's why we're asking for what we are asking for. But we also are within 400 feet of residential zoning district here, which again is a ring. This is the church property that is zoned on the free. And then this is actually used for residential is more than 400 feet away. So it's not part of the consideration. Here today, this is Interstate 85. So this is Mr. Zeitwell's exhibit. Next slide, please. And so we're looking at, okay, do we have a reasonable use that we're requesting? Yes, we have a reasonable use that we're requesting. If we're going to have that use, the zoning ordinance imposes a 400-foot distance requirement. Every restriction in the zoning ordinance creates some hardship. I can't put an ADU right on my property line because the zoning ordinance doesn't allow me to. What we're looking to see, is it unnecessary to strictly apply the language of the ordinance when there is a circumstance where it doesn't quite fit? And that's what's going on here. There's a 400-foot spacing limitation, but there's not residential structure within 400 feet, and there's not going to be. And that's why we're here, because if it was only districts and I knew that there would be actually residential structures 200 feet from this property, we wouldn't be here because we wouldn't waste y'all's time. But that's why we're here, because of the land use plans and the trends and the airport overlay and the location next to 85, all lean towards non-residential use. Next. This is just a restating, just because as you pause by Jeff, I'm just restating, what we put in our application for the necessary hardship here. So this slide, unnecessary hardship continued, you've already read that, so the application. Next slide. The hardship runs with the land, it's directly related to the location of this property, for a reasonable use of the building. It's next to 85, it's in the flight path, and it's unique because of the fact that it has baseball fields that are restricted in use. They're not going to be rezoned. And we can't go tell the neighbors, hey, we want this billboard, we know you're never going to change your use, and we want to force the rezoning on you so that we can get this distance required. So the problem that we have here is that the R3 use, when you have uses that are locked in, like the church and the ball fields, those zonings aren't likely to change because they don't need to change, because they can continue being churches, and they can continue being institutional, and they can continue being ball fields without having to change the zoning districts. But that doesn't mean that there's going to be houses built on the back of the sidewalks. And so the location here is the big thing because it's very unique. We have a very uniquely shaped property. We have a unique convergence of Tuckasegee with the flyover from 85. It's directly in the flight path of the airport with properties that happen to be zoned residential that aren't used as residential and no residential structure within 400 feet. Next slide. The land use plans, in the past, I know the 2040 plan shows some residential, but it's showing our site as residential, which we know is not going to be the case because there's a rezoning plan that applies under the UDO that says that we're I-1 condition. So the 2040 plan doesn't even have our correct land use on it. I've repeated this multiple times with the hardship. Runs from the land, it's directly related to the location and all the factors that are specifically affected. Next slide. And these are the reasons I set out the zoning slide. I think this is slide 36. As stated in the variance application, these were the unique shade, located location. We'd love to have a billboard closer to 85, the transition setback prevents us. And one other protection, ball fields, 65 foot. When I say buffer, all the other uses that are all around us would be on the other side of Tuckasegee. They're all across a existing right of way. And the shade and location of this property are not coming through this area. Next slide. It's not a self-created hardship. The application, the applicant is coming to you to ask for this variance. We didn't start building a billboard without approval. We sought the approval. We followed every avenue, every step that we're supposed to do, and found out that it was a distance to uses, that it was a distance to districts. And so we're here, we have not created the circumstances around us. We've not created the zoning. We are trying to make a reasonable use of the property with the circumstances that we have. Next slide, please. Secure public safety and substantial justice. Again, when you look at the intention of this 400-foot spacing, it's to protect residential uses and structures from being 400 feet, within 400 feet of the building. That's not occurring here. The trends aren't telling us that it's occurring here. That's, if someone was going to build a residential development, you would think that we would see some trends given what's been happening in Charlotte. But as you can see here, we've restricted government on the law. Church has been there 70 years. adjacent land use plans and friends have been towards industrial. Airport noise overlays and then limit, discourage residential. Location next to I-85, check CG, and then your noise. It's noisy. And so there's no impacts to public safety as a result of the billboard. Again, we still have to go to the DOT to get a permit. So there's an additional layer of review even after, specific. And billboards are, this use is typical. Oh, wait, we meet, by the way, just so we're clear, we meet all of the other spacing requirements under the ordinance, meaning spacing to other billboards, any other spacing requirements we meet. So this is the only, that we've had. Next one. And these are all things that I've identified in the application as supporting public safety, substantial justice, and ordinance. So I won't repeat them all since they're all on the application, but again, pointing out that the ball fields have lighting restrictions. Let's see, next slide. It will not adversely affect the neighborhood, excuse me. The areas are already changing to industrial uses. And we point out the Amber system is on 85, there's lighting installed on the ball field. Adjacent rezoning is a basis for their rezoning across the street. They told city council to eliminate residential. They thought that was a good thing. Next slide, please. Mr. Brown, if you could confirm a couple things. First, confirm my presentation and testimony that you adopted fully and you've made it here today.
That was correct.
And Mr. Brown, is it correct that the adjacent ball field owner has contacted you about wanting to get some of your property for a billboard?
Multiple times, about 2 years.
So there's been demand from the adjacent property owners. Mr. Dobbs, if I could have you come up here and just see one. On the trees, we heard Mr. Fowler talking about the trees, but can you confirm that it's not on the trees?
No, the placement of the billboard is strictly in a grassy area. There are no trees that, get affected by the utilization for that.
Again, members of the board, I've also prepared some proposed findings of fact. I know staff has submitted theirs. So here's proposed findings that would support granting the variance. So we're all here. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
And I was gonna say, while Terry is handing out the documentation, does anybody from the board have questions? Or I haven't came up with.
I have a question for Mr. Murray. Is the I2 zoning by right? I have the fine.
So electronic billboards, my understanding, Mark, it's under I1 and I2.
In the old ordinance, yes.
Yeah, we're under the Charlottetown, I1 and I2 districts allow electronic billboards, and we're
How about under DPOs?
It's the same, but it's a different acronym for it.
It's called ML zoning, so it's not, it's really what's called manufacturing logistics.
And from a procedural point of view, so you first want to get the variance and that makes DOT before the construction, so you're just stuck in the first place, right?
That's correct, and the reason why we're under the old zoning ordinance is because, like I pointed out, the UDO specifically adopts prior approved conditional plans as continuing plans and uses. So it does not supersede prior prior adopted site plans and prior adopted these things, which is why I think it's interesting that the 2040 plan doesn't share our site as industrial. It's a site plan that was approved, it's industrial, that continue.
Let me ask a couple of questions about trees. I know that you mentioned that you hadn't heard anything about the tree buffers or the urban forestry providing input. But there's been some discussion about putting this beyond the tree line, closer to the buildings, so that it wouldn't be as much.
Just right beyond the tree line. Well, I think what we were surprised about the position of urban forestry is that they never reached out to us to ask us if we were removing the trees. And they could have easily contacted us. But no, the reason for that application, there's a couple of things. Transitional setback, which those trees are in. And then there's a 15-foot buffer built into that rezoning that also has trees. And then the billboard is behind.
And what's the height of this proposed billboard?
50 feet above,
We'll have you come up here to the table.
it's, the state law is 50 feet above the road grade for 85.
Thank you.
And I believe that was also in the application.
Right, so I'm just, was due to the clarification.
Yeah, it's really garbage.
Mr. Gordon, Mr. Stan, question.
There is a lot of talk about proximity to residential structures and residential uses. It looks like the ordinance talks about residential districts. I'm just concerned about there's a lot of uses beyond residential that are allowed in the residential district. So, they're specific about, it seems like, what are the hours of a sign, an illuminated sign? Do they stop at all at 8 a.m.?
Some steps here. The illumination, there are no illumination requirements for the state of North Carolina, so, the building will be illuminated entirely. But the tree lines that go around the city, would be
Gotcha.
so it would not be visible based on the photos that, David showed earlier on the slide.
And so I get that the residential properties that are just beyond 400 feet aren't really in consideration. I understand the adjacent property that is currently restricted for use for ball fields. But it seems like billboard uses could be detrimental to the use and enjoyment of the church facility. And then that residential use that they don't seem to be using for residential, but they may be used for residential, may have detrimental use as well. Have you talked to the property owners at all? Just haven't got any.
We haven't heard any.
The baseball field property, we're inviting some, Mr. Brown to build a billboard, so they would not be in opposition because everyone can build.
Right.
And the church property north of that, we will see the billboard. But there's a street buffer requirement. And
Look, for the record, petitioner exhibit number 42 was submitted to the board applicant's proposed findings.
One other thing too, remember, the billboard's oriented towards 85. So it's facing at an angle towards 85, so if you're behind it, it's hard to explain, but it's oriented parallel to 85. So if you're looking at it from the backside, you're just sitting parallel.
It'd be ambient light, not direct light.
Awesome.
91 in the billboard, or the ball lights. Lights will be a lot better than this.
The ball field lights are. It's a regulation baseball. I mean, the Knights don't play there, but women's college basketball.
everything's in play 2 o'clock in the morning.
And is there a size for the billboard that you're gonna build? Is there a size limit on how big the sign you can build based on the land acreage and regulations?
I believe that there is a site limitation for the city and the DOT.
It's, yeah, I think if you want to know the size, it's 1060 by 36, and I think it's 378 square feet, correct, Mark? That the city of Charlotte requires, and we have to adhere to that with the state limits as well.
Mr. Murray, the baseball field, this isn't the same field that was acquired by the city, I believe, in 2019, or I believe this is a type of practice field for baseball.
Well, Queens College and Major League Baseball, they back it up, so it's top notch first class.
Because I believe that baseball field is in a residential area, but I don't know if that is close to where we're putting it.
Property's right beside me, and like I said, they've been on me, they call 2 times a week for 2 years, saying they've already, they can get a bill. Okay, they just keep it on property. I found this.
And my other question, I don't know if I missed this, I have about 40 slides, I don't know if I missed it in that presentation, but is there like a regulation as to how bright these billboards can be, which would affect, if it would affect traffic?
Yes, sir, that is regulated by the city of Charlotte.
Okay. Mr. Shea, did you have a question?
No. Okay. I said, I had one comment as some.
Okay. Yeah, just.
We want to take it out. It's just, it seems like a poster child for spirit of the law argument. It's an industrial, commercial area. On the 85, in there, everything on the way. Noise pattern. And it's just, fact, there's residential there. It's just kind of a excuses. It's kind of, I just think it's spirit of the ordinance is to take that into account. I think the conversation with residential stuff is just, it's silly.
Any more questions from the board? And, well, sorry, Mr. Murray, are you done with your presentation? I know there's much greater questions. Okay. All right. All right, any questions with the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Thank you, applicants, for your time. Now, is there a motion to approve or deny variance? I don't think we have it, but it wasn't a position here. I'm gonna mention.
It's not a regular agenda. So, I think, I don't want to say staff is in opposition, but staff would not believe that it's met the criteria. So we have some discussion, it sounds like maybe striving to find some.
Well, I just want to make sure we were following, and because it's on the regular agenda, we usually go into deliberations before we make the vote. So go to deliberations if no one has any comments, then.
Okay, with that said, we will into deliberations. And as always, if you have questions for the applicant or for Mr. Murray, you would have to go back and come out of deliberations.
With that said, I thank Mr. Shea's comments were appropriate. I can understand the sort of the letter of law, looking at all the exceptions to the R3 zoning that's around this building. So with the thoughts in mind, I feel certain that where they're putting this will be the least destructive to the trees. I'm hoping that you live up to that. don't cut down a whole bunch of the trees, because that would make me very sad. But I would inclined to approve this zoning request.
Just to make sure I don't step on staff, in other words, staff has to go by the letter of law. And because all about the letter of law, it's the spirit of the law is the end of.
I think maybe we have to spend some time during deliberations going through the conclusions of the law, trying to
Right.
sort through that before we and vote. If you want to, if we were to vote that we to approve the variance, we have a list of applicants approved by alternate to the proposed findings. And just so in general, I think that the uses, the residential uses in this area, the value of the property creates an opportunity for people who are willing to claim with. And if we're just saying, well, all these people live in misery, and let's just put a really bright light on their property and give them misery on top of misery, that's not really justification for allowing this to go forward. That being said, I feel confident in the notification process. I feel like those, the people most affected are the church property and that little small sliver. Hopefully they've been notified, and I think that I would be fine for granting variance, even though it does have direct detriment impacts to folks over there. But I do want to make sure that talking through these conclusions of law as we're before the vote.
Well, just being that what you're saying, Mr. Court, as far as the findings and facts, my question, I can ask questions to staff right now.
Yeah.
But I believe that we would have to have a variance first and then go back. We could make edits and findings and facts, we don't know where we stand on the variance itself.
Well, we can talk through it. We talk about unnecessary hardships resulting from the strict application of the ordinance. We're gonna have to reverse it. We would have to reverse that. So,
okay, I just want to make sure that I don't know if we want to make like actual changes to it.
no.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay.
All right, then I make a motion to approve the variance.
Okay, deliberations are closed right now, and so we'll have voting. There is a motion to approve the variance. That was made by Mrs. Trident. Is there a second?
Shea second.
Okay, Mr. Shea, has seconded that motion. Now we move to a roll call vote. Mr. Shea.
Shea, yes.
Mr. Gordon.
Or yes.
Ms. Trident.
Right, yes to approve.
Ms. Sue.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, yes. Okay. Ms. Sue said no. All right, so the variance has been approved. Now I'm going to take some time to go over the findings and facts and the law stated that has provided their findings. So whoever on the board would like to go ahead and take the first stab of it, please. Please by all means do so.
I think first one is number 10, where it says the hardship resulting from the desire for the placement of the billboard on the property. So I would say that the hardship does not result from the desire for the placement of the billboard on the property.
That is for file number 10. Those submitted here.
I don't know about 11, I mean, that's just a statement, it can be developed, but it doesn't have to be.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so if you have
down, the applicant's proposed findings more persuasive. Seems to have found their evidence persuasive.
The staff's findings, but
You could adopt applicant's proposed findings, you just need to add conclusions of law. You don't have to start with staff's. Scratch out everything, change everything. You can adopt what you think is appropriate.
so in the final decision, like if we do that, which I'm not opposed to at all, will the applicant's proposed findings be an added addition to the permit proposed to law, or would it be separate? Like, there's like 21, findings, so that, and extensive 30 or 40 of them.
So the findings of fact can be whatever you feel is appropriate, whatever you determine. So if you find that the findings, some of the findings staff has proposed are appropriate, if you also want to add some Mr. Murray has, or you just want to adopt his altogether, or findings of fact, this is your process to create findings of fact. These are suggestions.
Okay, thank you. I'm inclined to accept the applicant's proposed findings in place of what we have drafted. Currently. That's my table. Yeah. Anybody else also is to shade the agreement, Mr. Court? Right.
We can finish reading them, just 1 second.
I'm trying to read this the how you feel about what was just proposed.
I agree with you.
Sheet number 21 from staff for very large sheet. I think that so this one's at 16 sheet, number 17 sheet for staff's for number 21.
Sarah, did you get that?
Yes, Chair. We'll just, besides that, include conclusion of the law. We need a comment.
20, but although the property has not been developed,
Sister trees.
so, yes, so under number 17, we're gonna supplement 21, original finding of facts.
20, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe Mr. Murray said that he was not aware of that.
Right.
Hear what you said, Terry and myself, so I was trying to.
Oh, I was just looking at number 20, but it says although the property has not been developed per the plan, but we didn't talk about the plan, so it's okay.
Okay.
All right, then we need to look at conclusions of law. Is that, we do need to change the wording in those, because that will be attached to.
Okay, and before we move on to supply any other changes to findings, facts.
Draw the board's attention to number 12 that says an outdoor advertising sign permit was validly issued on February 9, 2023. I was just throw out to you validly. It's erroneously or if it was issued, it's just issued, because I think testimony was.
I think it's issued, because, but it was withdrawn, so I think you should take out the word valid authorization.
Yeah, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Any other edge before we look at the conclusions of law?
I'm not a super big fan of 16, where it says it will not adversely affect the property. I don't know, strike that, just seems like it would adversely affect the church and resident property.
Okay, I'm sorry. Make sure that you say which we looking at. So I was looking at.
Proposed findings. For instance, it's not adversely affect.
Okay. And you want to change that to that?
That's not starting.
Okay. So since that has been struck, that means number
116.
Yeah, would then become the number 16 on that applicant's proposed line.
That's correct, Chair.
Any other changes? Okay, that said, we're going to now look at the conclusions of law. Anyone want to take a quick stab at it?
Well, unnecessary hardship does result from a strict application. So you can strike none.
Okay.
The hardship.
Same with number 2.
Well, I mean, it does result from the peculiarness of, because of the airport overloading and also I would say strike none. And the hardship does not result from action taken by the applicant. And request variance is consistent. The spirit representing kind of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
And that public safety.
All right. Mr. Cord, Mr. Shea, any other things that? Okay, great. Okay, so now, we will now, take a vote on this now. Jill, I'm gonna need your help on this. How do we, word the motion?
If you could, ask for a motion to adopt the findings of fact as proposed by the applicant, but as amended. Okay, in number 12 is, number 16, and the conclusions of law.
Yes, as amended. Okay, I'll give it a shot. All right, I propose that we accept, we amend the finding of facts as proposed by the applicant's findings as amended by adding, the urban forestry provision, that's number 16, and that we have amended the conclusions of law.
And finding number 12.
Oh, and finding number 12.
12 on the,
Validity.
All right, and then we took out number 16. Let me say it again.
if you be able, it's a lot.
Do I dare?
You, but you try.
Okay. I make a motion that we amend the finding of facts and conclusions of law as proposed by the applicant and as amended by adding the urban forestry provision and changing number 12 and eliminating number 16 on the applicant's proposal. And that we approve the finding of, the conclusions of law as amended.
Okay, there's been a motion to the findings and conclusions of the law as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been seconded by Mr. Cord. Now we move to a roll call vote. Mr. Shea? Yes. Mr. Cord?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Sue. I'm sorry, say that. I'm sorry about that.
So yes.
Yes, okay. And Wilson, yes. Okay, so that concludes case number 2023-050. Mr. Mary, thank you very much. Last thing, anything else I'm missing? The last thing on our agenda today is 23 minutes. Sorry.
I make a motion to approve the, June minutes as written.
It's been a motion to approve the June 27, 2023 minutes as written by Mr. Dryden. Is there a second?
Wait a second.
That's a second, Mr. Shea. Now we move to a roll call. Mr. Shea,
Yes.
Mr. Court, Mr. Dryden,
Dryden, yes.
Son.
Vote yes.
All right, Wilson, yes. Okay. Anything else, staff, that's on the agenda that we missed?
No, Chair.
Okay, that says, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Second. So moved, meeting has been adjourned. Thank you very much.